T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So the topic for the day is it possible to prove naked shorting? There's a couple different things you have to know about naked shorting. I mean, I guess the very first thing that we should probably talk about is what is the difference between a naked short and a short position? A short position is where they've actually borrowed the share and they've used that borrowed share to loan it out to another individual on a plan to buy it back at a lower price and then return the share, the borrowed share. That is a regular shorted position. A naked shorted position is where they don't borrow the share and that share is being lent to somebody and it still ends up having to be collected, but at some point down the road, there will be ramifications if those positions aren't closed out and the price starts to rise. It could become very devastating to anybody who has a naked short position, or even a short position for that matter. But can you prove it? Is there a way to definitively prove that? Now, one thing that you need to know about loaned shares is that loaned shares aren't necessarily short interest, right? Some shares can be loaned out and be used for other purposes other than just shorting against the stock. But what you can do under certain conditions, you can check out and see how many shares have been loaned versus returned to give you an idea as to how many shares should be on loan. If your on loan amount doesn't match what is currently being lent out, something's going on, right? There could potentially be shares that are on loan, perhaps more shares that are on loan. If the number is lower, right? If the number is lower, then that means that some of those loan shares are out there for another reason other than being shorted for. If the amount of shares that are being reported on loan is lower than the total amount of shares that have been borrowed versus returned, then you have a condition of positions that are open and loaned out without being reported as being loaned. That is naked shorting. That is 100% definitively naked shorting. It's not a borrowed share. That share is not being reported as being borrowed. That's what it is. It's a naked short. So can you figure that out? Most definitely. You absolutely can. We have absolute ways for being able to find out how many shares have been loaned versus returned. And not only that, this is, by the way, this is called security lending volume. You can see on a daily basis how many shares have been ingoing and outgoing on borrows. And so it's really, really simple for you to just take a look at those numbers and get an idea. Now, there are definitely cases where I would say that it's possible to have naked shorting that's occurring in a short period of time where those positions maybe are closed out in just maybe a couple period of days, like within a T+2 settlement period. and so those naked positions may not necessarily show up. Some of those conditions might occur when you might have positions like a stock that's not heavily utilized, right? If the utilization is really, really super low, and there's tons and tons of shares out there to be borrowed, it's real easy for them to call somebody up and be like, hey, can I borrow shares? Yeah, I know you got a crap ton of them. Okay, I may not need to borrow these, so I'm going to go ahead and create a position, but I'm probably going to close it out today. So I'm not actually going to borrow that position right now because I'm going to close it out between now and 2 days from now. I'm going to close it out. I just want to make sure you still had like tons and tons and tons of inventory. And they're like, yeah, we got it. We got you covered, man. We got, utilization's real low right now. It's like 10%. We got crap tons of shares here. Don't you worry about it. We got you covered if you need to borrow them. And so they go, okay, great. I'll go ahead and open up my naked short position and I'll close it out within 2 days and nobody will know the difference and it's not a big deal, right? Well, if they get caught, they could probably get a little bit of a fine, but not a big deal. It's part of operating business structure. So not a big deal. But those are the kind of things that you need to look for when you're looking at a position. If you see utilizations at 100% and that's happening, then you know something for sure is naked, right? Because now you have 100% utilization. You know that no shares should be able to be lent out other than what's currently being loaned because it's 100% utilized. So if they're coming up with additional positions, ding, 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 tells you a little bit about what's going on. Naked shorting is actually happening, and likely the positions are being created and never closed. These are very, very important things to understand in the market mechanics and understanding how securities are being traded. Why do I bring this up? Well, there's more. By the way, there's more than just one way to be able to determine whether or not there's naked shorts on a stock. There's other ways as well. For example, and I've mentioned to you guys many, many times before, how can you tell if there's a lot of naked positions that are out there or synthetic shares that may exist? If you look at any normal security that's not heavily shorted, usually, I want to say like over 90% of the time, their average 3-month volume is less than 3%. That's a non-heavily shorted stock with not a whole lot of synthetics being traded out in the marketplace. Why is that? Synthetics show up oftentimes through off exchanges, and those trades are made in off exchanges, meaning everything is OTC. It's not on the books as being something that's going through the market. It's all backdoor trades that are happening between institutions. OTC does not necessarily have a T+2 settlement. It can be determined by the individuals who have the agreement between each other. Those aren't T+2 settlements. They can be at any time that they want them to be. So it's really important to understand that synthetic shares or synthetic movement of volume can be created through very short periods of time through off-exchange trades. When you see super high amounts of off-exchange trading going on, it can be an indicator that there's some synthetic positions that are open. That is not the same thing as a naked short. Totally different. But a naked short would create the idea. It wouldn't create the idea. It would create the image of there being synthetic shares in the marketplace. So if you had, for example, I think if you just simply did AMCs, right? Like if we just took AMCs over here and we took your average 3-month volume, which is 28.63 million. You divided that by the total free float that's traded, which is 515.28, and multiply by 100 so we can get what our percentage is. 5.55% of our daily float is traded. That's pretty high. Like I said, most everything should be under 3% unless there's a lot of off-exchange trades that are going, backdoor deals that are happening with shares. Maybe there's higher volume than they can deal with than there are shares that are actually able to be traded. And so you get this huge amount of volume that shouldn't be there when it is there, and you see it for prolonged periods of time. So 5.55% is definitely high. I've always said this for a long, long time. Anything under 3% is pretty normal. I see it all the time. It does mean that if it is closer to 3%, it does mean that there probably is some additional positions that are out there that may be being traded. But that's when you have to refer back to the whole idea as well. Is it 100% utilized? Is our shares easily available to be loaned out? And if they are, then the 2% doesn't really make a whole big of a whooping deal. No, it's like, who cares? There's tons of positions out there that can be open and closed on a daily basis. It's nothing to bat an eyelid at. Anything over 6% is massive. Absolutely massive, massive, massive. AMC has been trading consistently. I mean, it's been coming down in volume a little bit here and there, but you got to remember right now, half of our entire inventory has been separated and is trading over on Ape. So while we have 5.55% of our volume being traded over here on AMC, what is the amount of volume that's being traded over on Ape? Let's go look at it real quick here. Hold on, let's go mosey on over to Ape and check it out. 28.4 million is the average 3-month volume. Amazing. That's really darn near damn close to exactly the same number as what's being traded on AMC. And the float is 702.75. So 702.75 times 100 to see what our percentage is. 4.04%. So you take that and you add that to the 5.55. AMC in total, in all of the shares, both common and preferred, 9.59%. Sorry, I got digestion problems. I'm not trying to do this from dramatic pauses. But 9.59% of our total volume out of all the shares that are in existence are being traded. Our total free float is being traded on a daily basis. Almost nearly 10%. That is massive when you consider other stocks in the marketplace. Absolutely just massive, massive, massive. These are good signs for as to whether or not you can tell whether there's a lot of naked shorting that's occurring in the marketplace. So can you prove it? The reason I bring this up is because I was told over this weekend that you can't really prove naked shorting, and yet there's individuals out there who are claiming that they can. There's groups and organizations and lawyers who are saying they can prove naked shorting. And I want to tell you that the average person can prove it as well. It's not just something that they can prove, it's something we can prove. Now, the methods by which that they go through proving the process is to show that there's current naked shorting happening, which involves something entirely different than what it is that I just showed you. But I can show you the history. I can show you the history of the amount of naked shorting that exists to show you whether or not you're currently if there is a position out there that's being held by a company that has naked shorts attached to it. And I think that's the important thing that you need to know is it is entirely really, really, really super simple. Now, what does this look like? What does this look like? Because I think you guys are probably, I know I'd probably be wondering, like, how can you quantify this? How can you show this to me in a graph? And I can show you. So give me just 1 second here while I take you guys to the other page. And I'm going to pull up Ortex over here. I'm going to pull up Ortex on AMC. And I'm going to show you guys what this looks like. So in order for me to pull this up, I'm going to look for on loan new. And I'm going to look for on loan returned. That's all I want to see is just on loan new and on loan returned. And you can see that on a daily basis, if I zoom in on any one particular section in here, what you can see is that the on loan new is going to be in gray and the on loan returned is going to be in green. So you can see on a daily basis, there's very often more or equal amounts of borrowing and returning of shares going on in a single day's time. All the time. As I scroll through here, you can see it all over the place. Every single day, positions are opened and closed, open and closed. Some days, ironically, there's heavy amounts of shorting going on, which is the gray line, but the amount of returned shares isn't going the same direction. There's short positions that are being created and not being returned. As I scroll back through this, you can probably see some of those positions. Like here's another good example where you have a spike in shorting of positions but never returned shares. It does happen in the other direction as well sometimes. And you can actually take this information from Ortex and you can compile it into an Excel spreadsheet. And then I've done this before for you guys to show you. You can go through there and you can tally it all up. You can tally up all those numbers and see what the returned or what the loaned is versus returned. And then you can take a look at that and you can say, okay, is that more than what's being currently reported as shares on loan? And is it more than the short interest that's there? And if those two conditions apply, then you know you've got naked shorting because they aren't being reported as on loan. An on loan short would be just a regular short position, but if it's not being reported, then it's not. That's a naked short. So it can be done. Good morning, Wolfie. It absolutely can be done. And I wanted you guys to know that because there seems to be some people that are out there that don't believe that you can identify naked shorting, and that's not the truth. The truth is that you can identify it. It's actually very easy to identify. Alrighty. It is time to take a look at the numbers. It's actually past time, so let me clean my glasses off here, and we'll get to this. I can see what it is you guys are writing now. So if I didn't acknowledge you guys earlier, good morning to you. I hope you guys had a great weekend. Costa Borrow Savvy says, I'll pull it up here in just a second. I'm going to be going through the numbers, but usually Savvy Costa Borrow isn't reported until the first trade or the first borrows for the day have gone through. But I can tell you what the current Costa Borrow from Friday was when I get through the numbers here in just in a few minutes. Novocaine says when utilization is over 100%, did they just not calculate? So the reason that that's the amount of shares that are being currently borrowed by institutions. So when they're reporting 100% utilization, Novocaine, that means that the institutions have exhausted the amount of shares that they can lend. When you know there's more utilization than there currently is, you have to remember that there's other ways for shares to be loaned out as well. For example, anybody, you don't have to raise your hand in here, but if anybody has a margin account, your shares can be lent by your broker. So this is part of the reason why I always kind of say, like, if you don't want your shares lent out, then you should probably not be in a margin account because your shares are likely being lent, regardless of whether you like it or not. So it's important to remember that there are more than one place that they can pull shares to be lent that are not institutionally held shares. They're shares that are owned by retail. And actually, you probably have gotten some people actually have gotten emails a lot lately saying, like, would you like to lend your shares? We're willing to pay you for the shares that you have if you lend them out. That's another good example of how more than 100% utilization can occur. But the utilization is only in reference to how much is currently owned and lent out by institutions of their shares. Marvin says, did I win last night? So Marvin, there's a saying in poker, you never, ever, ever brag about your winnings. I will neither confirm nor deny any kind of winnings whatsoever. All I will say is that I had fun, and I hope everybody else had fun last night as well. It's always fun playing poker with everybody that shows up. Jathan says, Casey, I know you don't talk about other stocks, but is there really any other stock, past or present, that you can accurately compare to AMC or Ape? Yeah, I think GME is a great example, and that's why I think GME is a great stock to look at and compare to in regards to one of the things you do have to remember though is that our float I'm saying was because their float's actually kind of increased a little bit since, but or the outstanding shares anyways. And I would just say that the outstanding shares of AMC has always been much larger than GME, so the comparison's a little bit more difficult. But if you know which apples to apples to compare by, you can make some strong comparisons. Pro Jeweler says, Casey, do you have a running total of shares borrowed versus returned? I haven't ran it lately. I know you've asked me to once before. I don't do it on a normal basis because it's not something that I don't I know what it is, and I know that they're not returning more than they're borrowing. So I'm going to go with I'm going to go. The answer is no. I don't. I could run it, and it doesn't take me too long to do. But today's song, guys, is called. I'm going to try and repeat this a couple different times, but it's called "Super Stupid." It is super stupid easy to figure out what's going on with the numbers and if there's naked shorting. Super stupid easy. Let's see here. So let me go take you guys over to the other page here, and let's take a look at our numbers and see what's going on. I am going to start off with, well, actually, I got to log into my broker account real quick here, and so I'm going to give you guys a little two-factor authentication speech. If you haven't got two-factor authentication on your account, might be a good time to set it up. See if it's something that you can live with, and you know, kind of protect yourself from somebody being able to get into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do set that up, it's good to have a secondary device that can receive the code in case something happens to your primary. Also, I'm encouraging people to take screenshots at least once a week of your portfolio and saving it with a date into a file, and just kind of having it on record for yourself so you know what's going on. Brokers do make mistakes, and it would be nice to be able to prove that they made a mistake and show them. If you're not taking it once a week, do it at least once a day. Or if you're not doing it at least once a week, no, it would be best to do it once a day. But I highly encourage it. If you're not going to do it that much, do it once a week. Moving on, let me just take a look at closing prices of AMC and Ape. We had 174 for a closing price on Ape and 552. We closed flat even on AMC. 726 was the combined total. I'm going to subtract $1.50 off of that. 576. All right, so whoever was closest to 576 is going to be the winner. Hey, I was the closest to 576, except for I screwed up this last week and missed one day, so it doesn't matter. I don't get the winning point for the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker goes to Apex. Congratulations, Apex, on your first win. Apex had 530 to 830 for the price prediction tallies. He gets the bonus point for Friday. Oh, I just noticed I've got one of my pages jacked up here. Hold on a second. Let's see. There we go. So let me give Apex his bonus point. Give everybody their points, and congratulations to Apex for winning the week. There it is. Apex with the win. He gets the bonus point for getting the closest average for the tiebreaker point. Short exempt volume. Let's take a look at that. Well, we had pretty low volume on both AMC and Ape on Friday, so I wouldn't expect to see amazing numbers out of this as SSR was not tripped. That usually kind of causes that value to be much higher. On AMC, it was 333,000 shares of short exempt volume. And on Ape, Ape had 263.4. And AMC was 0% up and down, and Ape closed out 10.13% higher on Friday. Let's check out and see if we got that 100% utilization still on AMC. "100% utilization." That is day. Oh, let me verify the date here. Hold on one second. I'm showing January the 20th as the last reported day, and that would be correct. I think, right? 20. Yeah. That is day number 8. 8 straight trading days of 100% utilization. And on Ape, we had 84.92. It did go back up even more, slowly creeping its way on up. Max pain for the week. Let's see here. I have not updated for this week, and I don't recall what it was previously, but let's check out and see what it is now. Starting the week off. By the way, you guys probably saw the 850 on there. I just want to let you guys know that that 850 was for the combined price of AMC and Ape. And if you take into account the closing prices, we were about $1.24 away from the max pain combined. For this week, it is 550. This is going to be just for AMC, so we're actually starting out the week right at max pain. And let's see here, off exchange. The total amount combined between off exchange and CBOE EDGX would be usually around 64% by the end of a day. 61.31% for off exchange, EDGX 8.11. The grand total was 69.42%. That is 5.42% higher than where it should have been. CHX volume was very, very high. Well, not very, very high. It was definitely higher than normal. Our 30-day average is now running 0.79%, when about a month and a half ago it was running somewhere around 0.25%. The total amount of CHX volume that we had on Friday in just AMC alone was 1.24% of our total daily volume, which was almost 400,000 shares. Looking at Ape, 58.55% through off exchange. EDGX was 10.15. The grand total 68.7. That's 4.7% higher than it should have been. CHX volume was definitely elevated on Ape. Our 30-day average is 0.08% of our volume going through there. It was 0.35. GME also had very high, almost double, not quite. Yeah, actually, it wasn't even really close. It was kind of close to double. The 30-day average is 0.28%. They had 0.41%. And on HYMC, CHX volume, very normal. Institutional ownership, 139.310 million is now showing as same number, no change. Taking a look at the options for this week. Those are last week's numbers. Options for this week. Highest amount of call open interest is it's very, very tight margin here between 5.5 and 6. There's probably about only 174 contracts spread difference, but $5.50 is the current high for open interest. With 18.8 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike, and there's 22.2 thousand contracts. So the market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 before the end of the week is over. That's a little bit lower than where we are at currently, fractionally. Give me just a second, and I'll show you guys the rest of the data. You get to watch me move all these screens around here. Whenever I tell you guys I'm moving screens, this is what I'm doing. I'm building the page for you so you can see what it is that's going on. Oops, I put that out of order. Let's put this back to here. All right, here's what we got. Combined price between AMC and Ape is $7.27. We were kind of moving down a descending parallel channel. We did have a breakout to the top side. Middle of the day-ish on, I guess it was actually really like the ending half of the third of the day. Price just kind of trended down. We did get a little bit of a breakout where I had suggested, but never actually formed into anything specific, and price just continued to fall down this, at least this supporting level support line here. Several times breaking past this, but you can see right down to the very end here, finally breaking out above this wedge. What I'm going to do is scroll out just a tad bit so you can see this. One of the things that I had suggested is that we had an ascending broadening wedge back here. And I really felt that there was a case to be made that this, 64% of the time will drop back down to the secondary touching point right here. And we did, and we actually double bottomed on that point, and then started rising up just a tad bit here and consolidating. The red line that I've got up here, $8.78, is the flag that this has been completed back here on the pattern analysis. So we'll continue to watch this and see if that's going to be the case or not. But 878 would be the completion of this pattern signal back here. On AMC, currently it's reported 21.96% of our whoa, starting off rough this morning. Wait, let me get another drink of coffee here. Something to shrivel up the tongue a little more. Live short interest percentage of the free float sitting at 21.96%. Here's our utilization where we had 100% for a very, very long time with a couple bump downs in that percentage. Let's zoom in just a tad bit here and take a look at our on loan amount day over day. Dipping from 178.28 to 177.27. So basically a million shares having been returned. Of that, I'm going to guess that it's going to be somewhere around really close to 333,000 shares that were probably returned in short interest, at least as an estimation by Ortex. Let's see what they put it at. They said that the estimated short share interest of the free float dropped from 22.03 to 21.96, so we're looking at 0.07% change. Yeah, that was close. 360, we'll just call it 362,000 shares having been returned in short interest. On loan average age per day with a million shares being returned, we're going to find out how many of those positions were super old or if they were mediocre in age. If they're really, really super old, then you're going to see this number drop quite a bit. If they were medium in age, it might be kind of a flat line. If they were newer positions, you'll probably tend to see the on loan average age per day driving upwards. And it came down quite a bit. It went from 99.68 to 95.68, which means that they closed out some really old positions right there. So that 1 million shares went towards closing really old positions. Security lending volume was nearly about the same. Went from 20.58 million to 20.48 million, so like dang near identical amount of volume occurring day over day. This is definitely a spike in rise in volume that's occurring right now. Do note, on loan average age per day is one of the most consistent indicators for incoming price movements. When this downwards trend reaches a bottom, and I see 2 days of upwards momentum on that number, that means a big price increase is incoming, and it gives us like a 15-day counter. So we got to wait to see where this is going to bottom out at, and then we'll start counting the days from there. It is exciting to see that drop. Taking a look at the data for Ape, we have 5.3% of our short share interest for free float on Ape. Let's take a look at that utilization, slightly increasing day over day, consistently now for quite a bit here. On loan amount still dropping, went from 27.11 to 26.22. We'll just go ahead and call it 900,000 shares returned. On loan average age per day, if this dips by quite a lot, they were probably really old positions that were closed out. And it's more of a flat line, so they were probably mediocre aged. Some of the more median, like whatever the median is on this, is probably what was closed out. On loan average age per day went from 39.26 to 39.08, so it didn't drop very much. Security lending, actually here, estimated short share interest of the free float first went from 5.36 to 5.3, and security lending volume slightly up from 3.43 million to 3.59 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. This is going to be for the entire day on Friday. Let's see what we got going on over here. Just looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. GME was the only one on the list here with a 69.41% buy to 30.59% sell ratio. And I think AMC was on this list at some points on Friday, and we had a good buy sell ratio. But due to low volume on both AMC and Ape, that did not make the top 30 list. SSR trips at $4.97 for AMC. Ape trips at 1.566. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they're getting ready for our pokey stick of volume here in just a little bit, as they did borrow all the 250,000 shares that they had available. Looks like we've got 50,000 shares that was borrowed here, another 50,000 here, and 240. So we'll just go ahead and call that 340. We'll round up to 350. 350 because I've got ETFs that were borrowed at 35,000 shares as well. So 350,000 shares so far borrowed for the day today. That is a bit of an elevated, or sorry, that's not really that elevated. 1.35 million is how much we saw borrowed on Friday last week. 350,000 shares borrowed that so far this morning, I think is pretty high. But our fees are at 97.2%. That's not very high. Total amount of shares that are out of the money this morning, not very many going into the following weeks ahead. However, this week is already over 100,000 in out of the money contracts on both the calls and the puts. We've got 71.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 31,000 contracts that are in the money. 55,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 9,000 contracts that are in the money. How's our stock market looking for this morning here? I see the VIX is showing up down for the futures, down 0.74%. That usually means the market will be heading up. The market does show that it's mostly heading up. Some of these market quotes that are showing up in here are down, like the Russell 2000 is down 0.05 and the Micro Russell 2000 is down 0.05. I would say mostly it's looking like a very, very slight green move to the start of the day for the markets. You may see something identical to that on AMC. International markets over the weekend, all green. Some higher than others. Looks like the range was anywhere from up 0.35%, 0.3% to anywhere close to about 1.8%. Most of them up between 0.3 and 0.7% though. Ethereum Classic is up 2.14%. We are kind of on this inverse head and shoulder pattern here, which has completed that inverse head and shoulders that I had mentioned to you guys. Yesterday was the last day of that pattern. I do have a feeling we may see some more upwards pressure here coming in on Ethereum Classic as that pattern has completed. DXY, or the US dollar, is showing down 0.03% currently. Last reported number is 101.98. When that's down, the market is usually up. SPY in the pre-market is currently showing up 0.07%. In the pre-market, Tesla is up 2.11, Amazon up 0.84, Cinemark is down 0.36, Doge is up 1.45, Bitcoin is up 1.1 at 22.9 a coin, almost 23. GME is down 0.46, HYMC is down 2.15, Hood is up 0.32, CS is down 1.16, NCMI is up 2.18, Ape is up 1.72, and AMC is down 0.72. Inflow versus outflow on last Friday's trading. We had approximately $4.6 million more inflow than outflow for the day on Friday. Very low volume so far this morning on AMC at 32,000 shares so far. We'll get our pokey stick of volume in here, and usually we should see a doubling of that number, although lately we've been seeing pre-market volume on pokey sticks much higher than where they normally used to be, where doubling was our number. Now we're getting sometimes double the double or triple the double. So we'll see what we end up getting here in a little bit. We got about 8 more minutes, 8.5, 7.5. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.54, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.76. On a 30-minute interval, there is more equal amounts. I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 43.33, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.86, which is below average. On Ape, last Friday there was approximately $800,000 more outflow than inflow. 58,000 shares traded so far this morning. For Ape. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.63, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.39, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.19, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.93, which is above average. And Ichimoto. What am I pulling up here? Ichimoto. Let's get rid of all this other junk. On a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, we have, this is for Ape, we have lagging line above price line, conversion above base, but price did touch down in the aftermarket hours and pre-market hours. Did touch down on the conversion line, but is heading back up. The green portion of the cloud is not set up to occur or isn't showing up as on the charts here until tomorrow in the later portion of the day. Oftentimes price likes to rise through red portions of clouds and down through green. So we'll see if that's going to hold for the day today. We'll see if if we maintain price at about $1.75 for the day today, where a lot of our current volume is, current volume for at least the last 2 days. If I scroll back 3 days, some more of our volume is down here supporting this level at about 159, 160-ish. So what I would expect to see happen is we're probably going to get a bounce off our current level of volume and start to head back down to retest 160 at a bare minimum on Ape. The further I scroll back, though, it does show it switches back and forth between volume between those 2 points, though. 160 and 174 seem to be the two points. So if we can break through this eventually here, so I've got Yep, there's a Fibonacci retracement where we're bouncing off of right now. So what am I going to write down for price on this? I think in order for us to continue to see heavy buying pressure, price is going to need to maintain that our current price at 177 or higher. And the reason for that is this lagging line is going to catch up to the price line. You don't want to see it touched, otherwise that is a selling signal to any newish investors or perhaps maybe like swing traders or institutions. So keeping the price above that 177 is going to be ideal. So I'm going to go ahead and write that down from a charting perspective from here. From a 4-hour time interval, lagging line is above price line, conversion is above base, and price is above. We did dip down through the cloud. We are at a thinning portion of the cloud for the 4-hour chart here, but we don't always have to cross through on the front side of a cloud. It could be on the back side. And so the question is are we going to start heading down sooner or later? That will be the question for us to resolve. The highest amount of support for volume in the near past again is at about $1.57, that 160. So we really need to break this. We're either going to have to break the double top up over here at around like 181, or we will eventually see price start to fall back down towards the cloud. So 184 is the price that I think that we need to break past, and I'll write that down. So 177, 184, the two key numbers that I'm looking for today to break through. On AMC on a 1-hour chart, we have lagging line at price line. Conversion has crossed base. These are all signs that there's not a whole lot of strength here. However, we are at a thinning portion of a red cloud, and that typically is where price likes to drive through. It's very often the case that the market will do the exact opposite of what it's representing. So we may actually see some buying strength coming in, but do note that max pain is 550 for this week. We're right at that, and the market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between 550 and or $5 and 550 by the end of the week. If I look back out to here, you can see a thicker portion of the cloud at about 558. So if we're not going to break through today, this cloud, which means that we have to hit above 580, I'll write that down. If we don't break 580 today on AMC, you could see a stall out on price movement upwards until at least the end of this week. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line. Conversion has crossed base. This is also a very weak signal for strength. We are at a green cloud for price movement downwards. The bottom side of this cloud is at about 451. This would suggest that price is going to move back down and retest potentially the bottom that we've seen from the past at about $3 and maybe $4. But this definitely looks like it's got signs of weakness right here. And I would say that in order for us to have continued buying pressure coming in, again, you're going to have to get this lagging line to grow to leap above price line, which means we have to see we have to move price back up over 655 in order to get continuous holding and buying pressure from newish positions. And with that, pokey stick of volume coming in. We had about 52,000 shares going through pokey stick of volume, with giving us a total of 85,000 shares. So far for the day today, it's going to be a very, very low volume day today. Do not expect high amounts of volume. 5 to 20, 25, or not 5 to 25, 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day today on AMC. And let's check out Ape real quick here. Oh, by the way, last Friday we did close within my price, volume price prediction, my volume prediction. But in the after hours, it exceeded it. We ended up closing out in the after hours at 31.05 million shares traded, and I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30. So it did just slightly break over it. And then on Ape, I had suggested somewhere between 10 to 30 million on that one as well, and we had 21.5. So really close to the previous day's volume on both AMC and Ape. I would not suggest, actually, with the amount of volume that we have today on AMC, I would suggest it might even be lower. But 10 to 30 will be the range I'm going to give for AMC. And for Ape, our pokey stick of volume coming in at 54,000 shares. We had 112, giving us 112,000 shares in total. 5 to 25 million shares is the most I can guess on this. That's going to be a little bit less volume than what we likely saw from Friday. Low volume day today, guys. Surprise! Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought that was going to be a low volume day today? All right. Now I'm back to seeing what it is you guys are writing. I know that I had a question earlier about cost to borrow, and I don't think I really covered that from Friday's numbers because I can't give you today's numbers yet. But cost to borrow is showing up on Ortex for AMC at 193.22. Yeah, I saw that video Point Break Thor, and I actually was playing poker last night with Ants, and one of the things, one of my constructive feedback to him on the charting that he had there is that he was covering tops, but one of the things that he wasn't covering was bottoms, and if you guys are familiar with the Wyckoff theory or it's actually if we type it in here, let's see if I can. Oh, actually, I already have it. I forgot I'd searched for it yesterday. Let's see here. I'm just gonna pick like a random chart to just kind of show you guys from the Wyckoff theory, but actually, this is probably a pretty good one right here. Yeah, that's pretty. Not that one. This is probably a good one right here. So if you're familiar with Wyckoff theory, I'll put this in case you want to learn a little bit about this. This I don't know what page this is, but it says learn.bybit.com strategies trading with Wyckoff accumulation theory. If you want to go there and check it out, you can. I'm just pulling it up right now just to kind of take a look at it and show you guys a little bit about what Wyckoff theory is. This is a very old trading strategy developed back in the 1930s by Wyckoff, as it says right here, Richard Wyckoff. Developed it. It's very says today investors consider the Wyckoff method a reliable trading method for reading prices that works well alongside the Dow theory and Elliott wave analysis. If there's anything that you can take away from this is that the whole market in general trades in what's considered accumulation and distribution areas. Anytime you have accumulation, that's where smart money is collecting shares is at the bottom. They're marking the price up, and then they're selling shares to dumb money, and it's overbought, and then the price is marked down. The cycle is very common. You see it all over the place, but it's not real smooth like this, right? It looks more something along the lines of this, right? But you can find the Wyckoff theory in accumulation and distribution and patterns. And one of the things you need to remember is that these patterns are very, very, very common. They repeat themselves over and over and over throughout history. I mean, if you figure that this is a common theme theory that trading pattern theory that has been there since 1930, like we're looking at 100 years nearly of this being held tried and true, right? You can't sit there and say like, oh, that's not that doesn't happen. It's like you don't understand. It's nearly almost 100 years worth of proven evidence that this is absolutely how the market trades. And what you commonly have is what's called the spring. And when you have the spring, it very oftentimes means that you have to have a double bottom, right? For many of us, we've been around long enough to have heard the term George W., right? Where did you get the George W. from? Right here. That's your George W. You get that George W., you get this price movement upwards, but you have testing of support points, right? And then price starts moving upwards from there. This is a very rough way for me to show you this, but if I take that knowledge and knowing that there needs to be a double bottom to confirm before price moves upwards, I can take you back to in history, and I can show you where that's actually very accurate, right? I can actually come in here and say, oops, this is not the right chart. Hold on a second. I need to show you AMC only. There we go. So our double bottom's a thing. Everybody's got two cheeks. No, not everybody. I mean, there might be a few people that don't have two cheeks, but let's check this out. Let's see. Let's expand this a little bit. We'll get rid of the bullet, or we'll get rid of that and this OBV. We'll come back in here and we'll look this. Oh, look at this. Pre-January run up, double bottom. Double bottom. I see butt cheeks. I see butt cheeks going into the movement in January. Yep, that it definitely was. Hey, what's this over here? This looks like a double butt cheek right here too. I see double butt cheeks, and that's your move up to in June. So it is a very common pattern, guys. It repeats itself over and over and over. But guess what? We only got one butt cheek right now. We're missing our double butt cheek in here. There is no double butt cheek. We need a double butt cheek before we can see the upwards momentum here. Now you've got a little bit of a double butt cheek over here, and that did result in a price increase. But we need a bigger butt cheek over here somewhere. We're missing it. There's no double butt cheeks. Double bubble, double bubble, bubble bubble, double. So just throwing it out there, guys. Whenever you're doing technical analysis, you can't just look at the top side of support. You have to look at the bottom side as well of resistance. And when you don't see the pattern formation that you need to see in order to get the price movement upwards, then you're probably not there yet. So just throwing that out there. Technical analysis is one of those interesting kind of things where it's like everybody's got their own viewpoint on it, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong. It just means that maybe you don't have all the information available to you, that maybe you're missing something, right? So and I commented and I told him, I'm like, I think we still need to see one more retest of something close to around 375. Maybe a falling down of price to, I mean, it could be in like a 460 range. It doesn't have to come all the way back down. It could go down to 460. Like if you go back over here and you look at, say for example, this move right here before the June run up, right? This wasn't exactly all the way down right here, right? This is the double butt cheeks that occurred prior to the move up in June of last year was definitely an ascending, a rising butt cheek. However, the butt cheek back here in leading into the January run was a little bit of a descending butt cheek. So you don't really know where you're going to get the butt cheeks at, but who cares as long as you get the butt cheeks? who's butt cheeks? I don't know where I come up with some of the stuff I say. Hey, if the way I figure it is if I can get it to stick in your head, that's all it needs to. That's all I need to do. I just need to get it stuck in your head. So I don't care. I don't care about the 3-year pattern. You know, 'cause, I mean, I'm sure that there is definitely a 3-year pattern there. Uh, if you go in the market and you look, there's all kinds of patterns all over the place. Then Ape says, "My butt cheeks are ready now." Point Break Thor says, "So if it drops over the next few days, that could be a trigger." Absolutely. I think one of the important things to Point Break Thor is you got to look at what's happening in the marketplace right now with AMC. And right now, I'm gonna show you some more data here to kind of back up what it is that I'm saying. If I told you, let's suppose that you owe me eggs, a dozen eggs. You and I made a bet. You and I made a bet. You lost the bet, and you're gonna owe me some eggs. So let me ask you a question. Are you going to buy those eggs when they're super, super high at prices like now? Or are you going to say, hey, let me get back to you on the on that bet when I can get the best price possible for my eggs that I owe you? And I'll be like, all right, you can wait, but it might cost you a little in interest, but whatever. If you want to wait, you can wait. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna buy the eggs at a really high price, or are you gonna wait for the price to go down a little bit and hope that it's in a short period of time? Well, what I'm showing you right now is that uh, the idea that they may be trying to find new shares. So there are a bunch of failure delivers that are stacking that are going to be needing to be due here in a very short period of time. Very, very, very short period of time from now. And so if you come over here and you take a look at the security lending volume, the amount of shares that are being borrowed and traded, it is very, very high. You're starting to see a spiking in security lending volume. Well, I can tell you the amount of returned shares that occurred on Friday and the amount of borrowed shares was way, way unbalanced. Very, very, very unbalanced. Let's just look at the return shares for AMC. Let's just look at those real quick. Come on. You're going to return shares as the price is rising. You're going to borrow those shares back as the price is lower because you don't want to have to borrow at a higher rate or try to find those shares in the marketplace. Here's our return. On loan returned shares are here. Look at it spiking again. So whenever you see this, let me get rid of that security lending volume. You see it's rising. They're returning a lot of shares right now. Why would they be returning shares? They need to borrow again. They've got a whole lot of failure to delivers coming back up. If they can't find shares in the marketplace by dropping price, then they're going to have to find those shares through borrowing. So what do they have to do? They have to close out old positions. Well, I already showed you this morning that they closed out really old positions. We saw it. We saw it firsthand for ourselves. On loan average age per day is dropping. They closed out really, really old positions. Where is it? Hold on a second. Not used to seeing it that way. On loan average age per day dropping. They closed out really, really old positions because they're going to need to start lending again really soon here to deliver on those failure to delivers. It makes sense. It makes sense that price is going to move back down again so that they can try and find more shares or borrow, one of the two. They're getting ready for a move down. That's what it looks like. But on the other side of that move down is going to be the move up. Hold on a second here. Somebody says Kim Kardashian. Gorilla Gardener says, I woke up to Casey talking about butt cheeks. I mean, it's a George W. It's just I just renamed it to butt cheeks because I know you can remember that. Can't forget about butt cheeks. Mr. Finance, we had on my Discord we played some poker last night. Roaster Guy says, Casey, wouldn't the 10 million Ape FTDs that need to be delivered by January 31st cause the price to run this week? Typically speaking, Roaster Guy, I find that most of the time they wait till the very last minute. So I would expect that it would probably not be until closer to maybe like the 30th. I don't know what the 30th is. Is that even a trading day? Hold on. Yeah, it is. It's a Monday. I would expect that it's probably going to be, you would see that occurring on Monday. Hey, you know what, Mr. Finance? That's actually what most people do. A lot of people start out with tournament play and then move into cash games later on. I was the exact opposite. I like cash games early and then and hated tournament play, mainly because I can't focus for very long. It takes additional mind power to have to try to focus that long in a tournament style structure. I need quick paced games to keep my attention. Oh, sorry about that, Bird Eye. Thank you. I was double aping. We were all winners last night, man. There's no, when you're having playing for fun, there's no losers. Glenn says it looks like the Bengals will beat the Chiefs 4 times in a row. You know what, Glenn? I mean, I kind of wanted to see the Bills win just because I was afraid of the Bengals. And then with Mahomes, his ankle getting injured, I'm a little worried. Not gonna lie, Glenn, I think you might be right on that. The funny thing is that you'll find that out of anybody out there, you're never ever gonna trigger me on trying to tell me that my team's gonna lose. I don't care. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those people that gets triggered by saying, "Oh, my team's gonna lose." I don't. I really just don't care. They win, they lose. It's nothing. I don't. I've got no skin in the game. I'd like to see my team win, but it's not. It's not going to be the end of the world to me. And I don't really care. I always say, may the best team win, man. If we lose to the winners in the Super Bowl, that's good enough in my book. Morning, hon. Thanks, Dana, for the kind comment earlier. Glenn says Kelsey is a Bengal killer though. I don't think it matters though, Glenn. To be honest with you, like I think the big problem for them is stopping their offense, and I don't think that we can do that. I mean, just after having watched this last weekend, our defense playing. I mean, we had it really. Don't get me wrong, our defense was doing really good. I just don't think that we have the defense to stop them. And you know what else we're really weak at is we need better running a better running team. I feel like we're pretty consistent at getting like 4 or 5 yards on our runs, but like it just like I really don't see an amazing running backs on our team that just make me go wow when they get the ball. It's just kind of like, oh, they're gonna run into the back of somebody every time. It's like constantly like they're always just like it's like they grab the ball, they tuck their head down, and they just run. It's like they're just barreling down the line looking for that like 4 or 5 yards, and they're not even. It's not like they don't even care if they're actually trying to get any real distance or trying to move through the line or anything. Roseanne Patrick, I can never say his last name. Burns, I don't know whatever his last name is. He's the Overstock ex CEO. Take care, Mr. Finance. Drive safe. Alan says the fifth annual Arrowhead Invitational. That's in Phoenix, Arizona, if I'm not mistaken. Um, Apex, good morning to you. Uh, I think I'm not sure why you're talking about it. Is that happening today? Thick, good morning to you, sir. Good to see you. I have you down now, 550 to 850. And by the way, congratulations on winning last week. I beat you. I beat you. If I hadn't missed a single day, Apex, I would have had you beat. But that's not the case. I missed a day, so you ended up winning the week with the tiebreaker average price closest. Let me check. It says I guess 550s finished in the money. I had 500 extra. Oh, yeah, we were 552. Me jacket was the closing price on AMC. I actually I got a I want to say I received something. Point Break saying, "Has anybody seen Foo Dog lately?" And I want to say there was a message that I got someplace. Let me see here. Um, I know somebody brought this up. I think last week. I can't recall. Glenn says Billie Eilish concert tickets at AMC are getting close to selling out at quite a few theaters. Bring on the Rolling Stones. That'll be interesting to see if they start moving to a webcasting concerts in movie theaters. Han, would you go to a concert in a movie theater? She said she said not Billie Eilish. Sounds like some people are saying they saw him at Tony and Mass's last night.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, my phone talks, or my watch talks to me sometimes. Let's see here. Adam Aaron posted some stuff over the weekend, and I'm not sure if you guys saw it or not. Let's see. Oh, actually, he's got some stuff in here I didn't even see. Let's see here. We'll start with this one. 17 hours ago, he said, "I nailed it with my Avatar: The Way of the Water predictions. Will cross 600 million in domestic box office sales today, and it sits now at 1973 billion globally. Definitely will cross 2 billion. Already the sixth biggest movie of all time. Of the six, Jim Cameron did three of them." Then he's got another tweet in here 17 hours ago saying James Cameron is responsible for the two Avatar movies and Titanic, also Aliens, The Abyss, the two Terminator movies, True Lies, and many more. What a successful, dazzling, brilliant career. Um, and then 10 hours ago, he said, "This Valentine's Day weekend, Paramount and AMC celebrate more of the. This? Wait, what? Why is he saying this Valentine's Day weekend? It's not this Valentine's Day weekend. I am so confused here. How many more weekends is that? Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3. That's like 4 more weekends away. What the heck? Come on, Adam. That's like 4. You can't say this. He says this Valentine's Day weekend, Paramount and AMC celebrate more of the genius of James Cameron with the timeless love story Titanic, winner of 11 Oscars, remastered in 3D 4K for the classic movie's 25th anniversary. Be the king of the world. Don't miss it. Oh, movie trivia. I'll go ahead and bring this up again. Speaking of Titanic, you guys did vote last week to find out what movie trivia was going to be for the week. I have not decided what order I'm going to be putting these in, but the 4 movies for this week are going to be John Wick, Beetlejuice, Titanic, and Wizard of Oz. So those are going to be the 4 movie trivia for this week. So you guys have an opportunity to be able to kind of, I guess, refresh your memory. Nana Ape says, "Casey, did Food Dog get banned by accident?" I went through. I went through my list of banned accounts this actually was this weekend, and it did not see any names on there that seemed unusual. Other than there was one, Oland. Oland actually was on the list and actually had Pam contact me, and Pam contacted me and asked me about it, and we were able to correct that. But let me look at my list real quick here and just make sure that he's not on the list. If you ever do get what seems like nobody can see what it is you're typing, or it seems like you're banned from being able to type something, and it seems odd that that's the case, and please reach out to me and let me know, because it does happen on occasion where individuals are banned, and I know it's not me doing it, but somebody else, and I don't know who it is exactly, but it's not very often that I ban people, and I don't see his name on here. His name's not on here. Tammy says, Casey, I think he means it like this next upcoming Valentine's weekend. Yeah, it's just weird the way he said it, though. The very first movie, Ralph. Preacher says, how exclusive is that list? There was one day where I sat there, I think at the end of the year, and we went through and were reminiscing on some of the names. It's it's not terribly long. It takes me probably about 30 seconds to read through them all, but all right, guys. Apex says, "Oh snap! Adam Aaron is telling us 4 weeks. It's a double of the 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks, 2 weeks. It's like a parakeet." Let's see here. Let me go ahead and put up the message, and then I'm going to take a break, and I'll see you guys 15 minutes before market open for my price prediction. Petra says, yeah, I think he mean. Well, I think he's going to have to give more time than that, though, Petra. Like, he can't. There's no way that he would be able to put out a proxy and rush a vote in 4 weeks' time. So I don't think that's the case. So we were actually I'm kind of expecting the proxy to come out very shortly, if not like right before the end of this month. Maybe it could even be this week. But I am expecting to see that proxy to come out here pretty soon. And if you go back and you look at historically, usually we get about usually we get quite a amount of time to think and vote on that kind of stuff. It's not usually a rush process. Oh, Petra's saying I think it means 4 weeks until the proxy. I got you. Preacher, violate the rules. If you wanna get on that list, you have to violate the rules of the channel, and then you'll make the list. All right, I am going to head to break here, guys. Let me put up the music, and I will see you guys in a little bit here.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, I'm back, and I'm kind of looking at the numbers here, trying to figure out where it is that we're heading to. Um, so for me, I mean, max pain for this week is 550. Options or open interest set up for this week. Of course, we haven't seen the daily volume as of yet, so trying to make the prediction for this week makes it a little bit difficult here. As you can see on a 30-minute chart, you can see that the point of contact or the highest amount of interest that we have over the last, like, I don't know, since basically 12/27 to current, which is almost a month's worth of data, suggests that the strongest point of support is at $4. Using a little bit less information than that, since like basically 1/5 or the last 20 days or so worth of data suggests the support, or actually what I would probably call resistance, because we're slightly underneath it right now, as at 558. So the question is can we break through 558 and see a higher price? There is, let me look at something real quick here. See, today is the 23rd. Today is there would be enough sufficient evidence here, I think, in failure to delivers to suggest that there is going to be perhaps maybe some forced buying at the market to complete failure to deliveries from 35 days ago. Question is, does it start today or tomorrow? Oftentimes it's a day before. So if the expiration date's 1/24, they'll start the buying process the day before. Let me look at one more thing. On my board here, I've got 580 for a number to push through. If we see a buying pressure that gets us through what did I say? I can't see. It's like 558 range. And we get that pressure to 580. We could see a little bit of a boost in price, but I'm really kind of expecting more downwards pressure this week than upwards pressure on AMC specifically. So I'm gonna target, I think, $5.40 is what I've got written down on my board here as my target price that I'll be kind of estimating a $1.50 swing on either side of. Let's see. Let's take a look at Ape. Also, one more second here. Let's do this. Let's see, today is the 23rd. Yeah. I don't see anything. I don't see a whole lot of buying pressure on Ape. Institutional buying pressure being applied on a 30-minute interval. Most of our current volume is same exact thing, resisting price. Oops, I'm looking at the wrong one. Hold on a second here. There we go. More recently, there's the highest amount of volume has been occurring at around a $39, $40-ish range. We're much higher than that, and I think there's evidence to suggest that the price is going to continue to move up on this. On Ape specifically, but I don't see a huge amount of buying pressure. I think one of the key numbers that I want to see us surpass is 184 for a potential run on this. I'm actually, if we're going to move down in price on AMC and up on Ape, I think that the rebalancing is still kind of justified, as Ape is supposed to be 36.5% of the total valuation of AMC. And if AMC is running at 552, then that means Ape should be running at about $2. So the idea that we should continue to see that rebalancing occurring, I'm going to go ahead and suggest that maybe we see something closer to the range of $2 by the end of the day, at least 190. I'm gonna go with a 190 prediction on that one. And let's see. So we're looking at 730. So I'm going to guesstimate 580 to 880 for my prediction for the day today. That's about 20 cents higher than what I had last week. And our current price right now combined is $7.29. All right. Now that I got that out of the way, I already have Apex's numbers for the day today. He's got 550 to 850, and Einstein's coming in at 508 to 808. And Eric usually texts me right at the beginning of market open. Javi, the market opens in 6 more minutes. Pam, good morning to you. Blarkey says it's the inverse Casey. Hey, you never know. It might be. It might be. It's okay. I'm okay with being wrong. One of the things about speculating on price is that you have to accept that there are going to be times when you're wrong. And it's about being able to recognize that you're wrong and admitting to it and changing your viewpoint before it's too late. And that's really what the big trick is in the marketplace is to accept the fact that you've made an incorrect prediction and then adjusting to it quickly. Yeah, I think Max Payne is I forget I don't know if it's called Max. It's a video game, I think. I don't know if they made a movie out of it or not. I feel like they did. I want to say it was like Marky Mark that played the part or something. I don't know. I'd have to look it up and see. I'm pretty sure it was a video game first, though. Barry, good morning to you. Jabibs, good morning. Joe says I went to see the Avatar and it was really good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Good morning, Sam. I'm so free 23. Good morning to you. Chat, good morning to you. I'm getting a ton of good mornings. Good morning. Sounds like you guys had some good weekends. Yeah, Street Credit says Max Payne came out on original PlayStation 1 and 2 were good. Um, I've briefly played them. I didn't have a PlayStation, so I'd have to like play it on somebody else's system whenever I'd go out of their house or whatever. Nana says, Casey, I almost put Tony DeNaro on a timeout. He mentioned it. How dare he? Well, he maybe he's testing the waters. I did say somebody asked me last night, what would you do if one of your own moderators said that they sold? And I said they're gone. And it's part of the rules. You say it, you're out. You should have timed them out, Nana. All right, guys. It is time to open her up. As Blarkey says, I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. So the question for the day today, guys, is it possible to prove naked shorting? I think in order to discover whether or not you can prove if there's naked shorting, you need to know what the difference is between naked shorting and just regular shorting. Regular shorting is when you borrow a share and then you sell that share in the expectations that later you're going to buy that share back from the marketplace at a lower price and then return it. A naked short is when you don't borrow the share, but you sell it to somebody without actually having borrowed the share. So the question is how do you find that out? Is there a way that you can find naked shorting in the marketplace? In order to understand a little bit about whether or not that's feasible, there are a couple things that you need to know about. On loan amount. Anytime on loan amount is reported on a company, it tells you how many shares are being currently loaned out by institutions. It doesn't necessarily tell you whether or not those are short loans or not. It just tells you that there are X amount of shares that are on loan. Your short interest tells you the reported amount of short interest that's out there that is being shorted of the on loan amount. If, this is a very big if here, but if your on loan amount is greater than the amount of, let me rephrase that. If, this is the big if part here, if your on loan amount of shares that are currently being reported as on loan is greater than the amount of shares in totality that have been either borrowed and not returned or returned, then, and that's lower and that number is higher, then you have the potentiality for shares that have been borrowed but are only being reported as X amount, right? But you actually are showing that there's more shares that have been borrowed but not returned, but they're not being reported. So if they're not being reported, there's your sign. There's your sign of the possibility of there being naked shorting, because they're not being reported as being loaned out, but they are showing up as not being returned yet. So something's being loaned but not being returned, and it's not showing up anywhere. Can you prove this information to be valid or on a particular security? Well, in some cases, a lot of lenders, or not lenders, but a lot of short positions will do naked shorting on a daily basis. But if they know, if there's a ton of availability, so if utilization is really, really low, say, for example, like 10% or 20, 30, maybe even 50%, if utilization is really, really low and they know that there's a lot of shares and they know that they can open and close their position on a daily basis without ever having to borrow the share, they will oftentimes do naked shorting. So If a company has low utilization, you cannot make it's very difficult to identify whether there's naked shorting that's occurring or not. I'm not saying you can't identify it, but it's just much harder because the daily exchange rates on borrowed versus returned shares could signify that there may be some naked shorting that's going on, but you can't really make the direct correlation because there is a delayed reporting time on some of these on loan amounts. So it makes it much more difficult. But now in a case like AMC, where you have 100% utilization, if you see massive amounts of borrowing of shares and not return shares in quantity that equals to that, then there are positions that are continually held open but not being returned and not being reported. What does that mean? That means somebody's naked shorting the stock. You have more excess amount of volume that's occurring in the marketplace, right? So okay, what is excessive amounts of volume that's occurring in the marketplace that doesn't necessarily show up? If you want to take a look at a good example of that, a way to tell whether or not a stock is heavily has shares that are trading through the marketplace that maybe shouldn't be there is to take your average 3-month volume, divide that by your free float, and multiply by 100, and it gives you a percentage of your daily float traded on a 3-month basis. A normal stock, a stock that is not heavily shorted, will usually have something less than 3%. Anything over 3% can signify that there is some elevated amounts of volume that's trading in the marketplace that probably shouldn't be trading there. And so it leads you to wonder, like, okay, well, what's off exchange reporting for that company? Because a lot of your synthetic positions that are being traded are going to be traded through the off exchange and not through the lit market. So that's when you start looking for signs of elevated amounts of off-exchange volume. If you see tons and tons of off-exchange volume happening, then that's your example of synthetic shares that are being traded in the marketplace, and that's when you start to see these large quantities of average 3-month volume traded in a stock. Now, if you do AMC alone, we did this earlier this morning. I actually remember the number off the top of my head. It's like I think it was like 5.55 million shares, or 5.55% of our free floats trade on a daily basis. Again, I'm just going to take 28.63. We'll figure it out right here since we're here. 28.63 divided by, let's see, the free floats being reported as 515.28. Yeah, it is. 5.55% of our total float is traded on a daily basis. Now, what you have to remember is this is not just AMC, right? This is not all of AMC. We have an entire other float traded in Ape with those preferred equity shares that have part of our valuation. So then you go over to Ape and you say, okay, well, how much does Ape have? So you look at it. It's got 28.4 million. Amazing how the volume is really close to the same average 3-month volume as AMC. 28.4 divided by the total float. Now, the float's higher on Ape. It's 702.75. Multiplied by the 100. 4.04% of the total daily volume of the free float is traded on a daily basis on Ape. If you add those two numbers together, that's our total percentage traded between those two, or our total outstanding shares. We have 9.59, or damn near 10% of our total daily volume being traded. That is very, very high for a stock. It doesn't happen. Anything over 6% is a really large quantity. It just doesn't. Normally when you see something that like that happening, you should see massive movements in price, either in upwards momentum or downwards momentum. Now, I'm talking massive. I'm talking like something really quick should be happening. And when you don't see that happening, when you see that the price is just kind of staying the same, moving, maybe fluctuating up a little bit, down a little, up a little, down a little, up, and then maybe it's slightly averaging down over time, that is not indicative of a normal security. There's something happening in the background with the amount of volume that's trading through there, and that does signify that there's naked shorts that are possibly being traded in the marketplace. We have 100% utilization. We have, if you take the numbers and you look at borrowed versus returned shares, which is something I pulled up earlier this morning, I didn't show you right now, but since there are more of you sitting here right now watching, you're probably going like, you can't possibly show that, but you can. You absolutely can show that. When you go into the show advanced function on Ortex, you can actually look at their borrowed and return numbers for the day, every single day, and Here's your on loan amount every single day. On loan new. There's your on loan new shares borrowed every single day, and here's your returned amount. So new is gray and returned is green. Yeah, it doesn't want to show it. It's because I got this off. Show it. Returned is green. There it is. So there's your gray and your green. Now notice, very oftentimes the gray line and the green line match up. Why? Because they're opening and closing positions daily, every single day. Sometimes the green line's a little bit higher, meaning that they've returned more shares than they borrowed. Some days it's the opposite. Some days you have more shares borrowed than you have returned. But it's the cumulative amount that's been accumulated over a long period of time that tells you whether or not this is happening, whether or not the naked shorting is occurring. And you can take this information. I've done it on a couple of different occasions on the live stream where I've shown you guys that there is in excess of well over the amount of shares on loan currently out there that are currently not returned shares. But they're not being reported as on loan either. So what does that mean? Naked shorting. That's what it means. So yes. And now, to finally finish this off, there are organizations that are out there that are claiming that they can prove that there's naked shorting occurring on a stock. It can be done actively. They have the ability to be able to tag positions and be able to follow the footprint of those positions and tell whether it's a naked short or if it's not a naked short. That's not what I'm doing right here. I'm just proving to you from the past history what's been happening. They're doing it live. There are multiple methods on which you can check out to see if a stock is being naked shorted or not. Lots of different ways. But if you go back in time here, one of the things I showed earlier this morning was there has been times where we've seen large quantities of shares having been borrowed, like this one particular moment right here, where you have on this day here, you had 17.37 million shares borrowed for the day, but instead of having that many returned, only 4.74 million shares were returned. Right, so that should go towards the net positive of loaned amount of shares. But these numbers, this 177 million shares on loan, is drastically lower when you go through and you actually go through these numbers here. Here's a great example of one instance where they returned a whole bunch of shares, 33 million shares one day, and it wasn't until the next day that they returned 36 million shares. So they had a little bit of they returned a whole bunch all at once, and then borrowed them right back out again, and then some. So, but I mean, you can go through the data and see where there's been discrepancies. Here's a period of time here where they returned 7 million shares and the next day borrowed 12. We're in that period right now. I think that in the next couple days, they've been returning massive quantities, as you can see with the green line going up here. They've been returning, especially Thursday and Friday last week, they returned 10.3 million shares on Thursday and 10.64 million shares the next day. They did almost borrow equal amounts of shares right back again, but I have a feeling that we're going to see a divergence of the returned versus the borrowed here pretty soon. Probably something that looks a little bit similar to what you see back here, where you've got higher returns than you have borrows. But the reason that I think that's going to happen is because I think that they're getting to a point to where they know they're going to need to find shares in the marketplace. And if they can't find them, then they're going to have to borrow them. All right. So I went through and explained that if there's any questions that you guys have, it is possible. It is very, very possible to prove that there's naked shorting on a stock. You just have to have the right indicators that are showing you what's going on. And you have to be able to understand what numbers make sense and what don't make sense. Yeah, Planet VVV says, what are the indicators that shows shares returned? That's what I was just showing you on the reported returned shares. Let's see here. Yeah, you're not going to be able to. Unfortunately, on TradingView Planet, I don't think you're going to be able to find that. That's stated. That information I had to pay for. So you're not going to be able, unfortunately, on TradingView to be able to find that information. That's something that I think that there might be a way. There might be a way to find that planet. You know what? Let me check into it and see if there's not a way that I can figure out. Um, I'll see if there's a way I can figure out if there's a place where you can collect that data. There may be a place to find that. I don't know off the top of my head, but I could probably do a little looking into it and see if there's not a place where we could see look that up. But what you would want to be searching for, like if you would decide to do your own Google searches, what I would decide what I would probably tell you to do is look for security lending returned shares. That's going to be the report that you're going to be looking for, security lending returned shares. No, Roadhouse, I didn't watch it this weekend. I actually, believe it or not, I actually spent some time watching a lot of YouTube videos that I was behind on watching. So I spent this was not a good weekend for me to watch it. Unfortunately, I had birthday parties to go to and stuff like that, so I was a little bit busy. Maccabee says, what if a stock was located using fake shares, example, tokenized AMC shares that weren't actually AMC shares, but maybe were used as locates? Is that shorting pressure lost in the sauce? So I've been very purposely kind of avoiding talking about that because I know what it is that you're talking about with the tokenized shares there. And I've been trying to stay away from that for a specific reason, and that's I don't really want to go into it. I'll just simply be brief and say it's going to more or less have to be a trust me, bro. But the answer to your question is yes, absolutely. And I think that's probably as much as I want to comment on it. And then there's a reason for it. You're going to have to just trust me on this one, but I think that it's not that it's too much unknown. It's more about there are people with existing positions that are open right now that can still be impacted by things that people say. And I don't want to be a part of influencing anybody in one direction or the other. So I'm being very careful to kind of avoid talking about that whatsoever because I don't want to be that person who suggests something and causes people to realize I'm going too far already. I just don't want to talk about it. It's but you know, the answer to the question that you're asking is yes. But I will say this too. I think that I think there's kind of been a crackdown on that. So it may not be happening as much as it was. Michael Roberts says, Casey, why does Adam Aaron advise us to DRS? He does not. Number one. Some people have mentioned that because it's on the website, that means that we should be DRSing our shares. I've only seen one instance where Adam Aaron has said that he has said that we should that DRSing might be something that somebody might want to do, but I've never seen him actively say like, yes, you should definitely go DRS your shares. I've never ever once seen him say that. And to follow that up, in the last shareholder meeting, there was a question that was asked, I believe, and he says, it was the quote from him was very, very obvious to me, where he basically says like, he was like, one might think, and so he was kind of like throwing speculation out there that something was supposed to be the case, and I don't think that he has ever specifically come out and said that that's something that we should be doing. I can't tell you why a CEO would want you to though. When shares are DRS'd, it protects the company from being able to be taken over in a hostile takeover. So I think that protection from a company standpoint would make it look very, very advantageous to a major price spike, and then not having any problems with that. Casey, and then you said Schwab wants $75. Hold on a second. Schwab wants 75, and this is the funny part, 2 weeks to give me a stock certificate. Is this the same as DRSing? they shouldn't be doing. That's really kind of surprising to me, Michael, that they're saying that they're going to give you a certificate. They're not supposed to be doing that anymore. I would check into that some more and verify what they mean by that. What exactly it is that they're suggesting that they're going to do. Because that sounds a little weird to me. The idea of handing out stock certificates to prove ownership stopped happening a long time ago. Yukon says, Casey, I know I blew up your DM. I'm curious what you think of the chat GP screenshots I sent about the chatbot knows that our system is rigged. Uh, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's like, I mean, it may be like a discovery to us, but yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that the system's not built for the average investor to be beneficial to us. I mean, it's like Yukon. It'd be like me saying to you, going to Vegas is fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think most of us know that Vegas is not fair. Yeah, people can win, but we know inherently that Vegas is built. The only reason Vegas even exists is because it's a rigged system, right? So I think that's probably like the best analogy I can come up with. Let me see here. I feel like I'm going to be skipping through a couple different questions here. Trying to read through this as fast as I can. Tater Tot says, "Go Chiefs! You still wearing that greasy old hat? Love you, man. No homo." Yes, I am, Tater Tot. Still wearing. I haven't gotten a new hat yet for this year. I haven't seen anything yet that I really want to wear, like something that I want to have for a year. Something one of those special yearly hats. What is your thoughts on possible Citadel buying out Robinhood if payment for order flow were prohibited? That would incentivize. Oh man, I'm having hiccups. Brokers, market makers to merge. This makes the payment internal loophole. I haven't heard anything about that, Jeff. That's news to me, so I'd have to look more into that. But I mean, I feel like Citadel buying any company is. I mean, they're already doing it. It's not like they're not making trades already. Computer share handles the certification. Okay. Then it probably would be like it probably is DRSing your shares in a sense. Petrofire says, "I'll give you $75 for a certificate." Sam says, "Does coffee make you go number two?" I think it does. It makes me go number two. Savvy, the 550 number is max pain for this week, so the idea that there's going to be a lot of volume traded around that 550 range, it is. I mean, you can see that the blue line that's running through there is right at what is it at 555. So yeah, we've got some support there. Yeah, it's no FOMO, no FOMO. I switched it a while back. We're not doing the no homo anymore. It's no FOMO. Sorry. Did I say it wrong? I probably did say it wrong. Maybe I just read what somebody else said and forgot to change it. Or sometimes I say now it's full FOMO. Junito, I have not watched any since what I watched last week. This week was a bad week for me for watching anything at all. In fact, my wife and I've committed to finishing off the Walking Dead season with my wife. So if there was anything I was watching this weekend at all, it was the last season of The Walking Dead. Yeah, I'm really kind of curious about that too, Tony, because they stopped doing stock certificates a long time ago. So I'm really kind of surprised that they said that they would. I would be very, very suspect on you getting a stock certificate for $75. I would definitely do some more investigating into what it is exactly that they're going to be sending you. Yeah, Ice Cream says when you look at most casinos, remember they are built and supported by money lost in them, and that's Wall Street. Quite frankly, Ice Cream, that's exactly what Wall Street does. Wall Street is built off of the money lost. Mark says, "Is there a press release of a CEO telling shareholders there's a naked short?" There may be. There might be. I don't know. Noah says, "Why are YouTubers so against Adam Aaron?" I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not going to put words into their mouths. Anybody who's against Adam Aaron is that's something that maybe you should ask them. Hey, it sounds good, Michael, but just be cautious about spending. I guess if you already spent it, it's already spent. But yeah, last week Jared Hutto, the max paying that was 850 was for combined price of AMC and Ape. That is correct. It is 9:03, and it's time to take a look at our numbers. Our first look for the day. Since market open, we've had AMC is at 559 and up 1.28%. Ape is at 1839 and up 5.66%. My predictions for the day today was 540 on AMC and 190 on Ape, and so we're about 20 cents higher on AMC and getting really close to. We're about 7 cents off from that 190 on Ape. Steven says most of these criminals are going to continue the theft. Why not pay us and collect the tons of taxes they steal no matter what? I'm not sure what the question is there. I don't think they want to have to pay anything. I think they can get away with this. So I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen here, and I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those specific thoughts for me until after. Um, I will touch on what Billy said here real quick before I move on. Billy says, Casey, have you watched it? I did. There was a couple different places where she said things that were incorrect. And I, but they were just kind of small, minor things that didn't, I say things that are incorrect sometimes. I mean, it happens. Your words coming out so fast, you just say something wrong or inaccurately. But I didn't fault her for any of the things that she was saying because it was just like I knew what she meant, but she didn't say it right. And but for the most part, though, so far everything that I've seen, and I haven't watched anything within the last like week and a half or so. So far, I've seen everything that I've seen seems to be pretty accurate. Let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers here for the day. I'm gonna start you guys up on the. Actually, I'm gonna start you off with telling you about securing your account. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could keep somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you are setting that up, make sure and put in a secondary device that can receive the phone number in order or the code to get into your account, as that could you never know what's going to happen, right? Like something may happen to your primary phone, you flush it down the toilet or whatever, who knows? So it's not a bad idea to have a second backup on that one. Also, while you guys are at it, I'm kind of starting to promote the idea that maybe perhaps people should start taking a picture at least once weekly of their portfolio and then saving a picture of that and in a file folder with the name of the date that you took the picture. And if you're not going to, I prefer you do it daily, but if you're not going to do it daily, do it at least once a week. Brokers get things wrong sometimes too. There's a reason why Monopoly has that card in there that says in bank error or bank error in your favor or something, but sometimes it's not always in your favor. Like Bank of America when they don't have your cash when you show up to get your cash out of the bank. Ooh, that was probably a little too soon, huh? Yeah. Sorry about that. If any of you guys are in Bank of America, that might have been a little too harsh too soon. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on with these numbers over here. Starting in the top left-hand side, price prediction tallies. This is just for apes that are trying to guess where price is going to be moving to on a daily basis. So far for the day-to-day, this is not financial advice, by the way. This is just simply us trying to stay sharp on where we think the price is going to be. I've got 580 to 880. That's 20 cents higher than what I had for prediction on last Friday. Eric's got 6 to 9, Apex has 550 to 850, and Einstein has 508 to 808. So we have a pretty good range here. Einstein's got the low end, Eric's got the high end, and Apex and I have the middle ground. Pretty good spread of numbers. Do note that Apex won last week. I missed a day. I don't even talk about me. Apex had the average price closest to where the price finished and got the tie-breaking point to give him 5 points for the week. So Apex was the big wiener. Give him a high five or say congrats on the week. He did a great job. Taking a look at short exempt volume from last Friday, we had 333,000 in AMC short exempt volume and Ape at 263.4. Utilization still at 100%. Day number 8 now of 100% utilization on AMC. Ape at 84.92. That was a slightly up, not quite a full percent, but it was up on Ape. Day-over-day price increase, we broke even on Friday, closing at 552. And on Ape, we hit 10.13% up on that one. Max Pain, a lot of you, I think, just noticed that Max Pain for today is at 550 when it was 850 last week. Well, last week we had Ape positions or AMC1 positions that were closing, and Maximum Pain usually kind of calculates that in together. So put in 850 as the target, and we closed in at about 720, about $1.24 less than Max Pain. Max Pain for this week, though, is at $5. We're starting out the week at $5.50. That's just going to be for AMC. Off exchange for AMC is, well, let's take a look at it. Let's see what it is. By this time of the morning, I would expect it to be somewhere between 44%. And EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Let's see what we got going. 58.24% for AMC on off exchange, EDGX at 11.5. The combined total on that is 69.74%. That is, let's see, 15.74% higher than it should be by this time of the day. So that is definitely elevated. CHX volume, nothing unusual going on there. On Apex, or not Apex, on Ape, I still got Apex in my mind for win of the week. Ape has 54.85% going through off exchange and EDGX at 9.06. Combined total on that 63.91%. That's about 9.91% higher than it should be by this time of the day. And CHX volume is non-existent. On GME, CHX volume is slightly low. And HYMC CHX volume is right on target. Taking a look at options. No. Institutional ownership. No change since last Friday when I updated it earlier this morning at 139.310 million shares. Let's see if that's the same case. Still the same, no change. Taking a look at the options. In open interest this morning when we were taking a look at it, open interest is currently suggesting that we're going to see a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the week. Our current day volume right now for calls is at a $6 strike. That's where it was last week. There's currently 4.9 thousand contracts, but there is a very close runner-up at $5.50. On puts, those are at $5. That's down 50 cents from last week. There's currently 5.1 thousand contracts there, so really close balance on calls versus puts. The volume is definitely elevated. Right now, the market is suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $5 and $6 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at, actually, give me 1 second here while I move a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right. Taking a look at the data, what we got here. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.48. We are getting that nice boost and off of a retest of this level of support, this ascending level of support that we had first thing this morning. You can see it bouncing right off of it and shooting back up here. We did cross the $7.35 Fibonacci retracement that we had here, level of resistance, and we're moving into retesting a top here at 753 here. Whether or not we move into higher highs will remain to be seen. One of the things that I'm still waiting to see have happen is a completion of this technical pattern analysis that we had from last week that said, we had an ascending broadening wedge. Price broke out of it, and usually it comes back down and retests the secondary touching point on the bottom side of an ascending broadening wedge, which is exactly where it did. It double bottomed out on it, as a matter of fact. It then has a 64% chance of making it back up to a value that you can calculate based off of this pattern, and that total would be $8.78. So I'm waiting to see if we're going to come back up here and retest 878, because I do believe, let me go back here in time just a tad bit. Where is it? Let me actually take this out to like a 1 hour. I think you can see here the 878 does happen to be a little bit of a point of support and resistance that we've had from the past. And that was all based off of a calculation of price pattern movement from last week. So I'm waiting to see if we're going to get that or not. We are heading in the right direction for that. So we'll see. Taking a closer look at some of the data from Ortex for the day today. So far for the day, Ortex is reporting 193,000 shares having been returned. That's really not going to have much of effect on the short share interest, the free float, but it would drop it slightly since it's going in the negative side. And is currently being reported at 21.98%. Earlier, Savvy was asking me what the cost to borrow rate is. Since we do have borrowed shares now, we're getting a min of 192.86%, average 218.28, and max at 240.53%. Utilization is at 100% utilization, and that's what it looks like for that very long period that we had of 100% utilization. But we're going to zoom in just a tad bit here, take a look at the on loan amount decreasing day over day by 1 million shares from 178.28 million to 177.27 million shares. The estimated short share interest, the free float, dropping from 22.03 to 21.96 means that Ortex is estimating that they closed out about 362,000 shares in short interest of that 1 million shares that was returned. Taking a look at the on loan average age per day, when this drops, when you see 1 million shares returned, if this number drops by a lot, then usually it's really old positions that were closed out, and it did. It dropped from 99.68 million to 95.68 million. So of the shares that were returned, that 1 million shares that were returned, there must have been some really, really old positions that they closed out there because that number started dropping. Security lending volume day over day was pretty much consistent. Went from 20.58 million to 20.48. Taking a look at Ape, so far for the day today, we've got 296,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to have a slight impact in raising the short share interest of the free float to 5.32%. We have cost to borrow min at 7.26, average 7.58, and max 8.6. Shares on loan for the day-to-days at 26.22 million shares. Day over day, that's a decrease of about 900,000 shares. Our utilization is still increasing, even though that the amount of shares being returned is decreasing, which is always kind of interesting to see have happen. That means that potentially somebody may not be deciding to loan as many shares as they used to, or as we're loaning as many shares as they were. But it does show that we went from 27.11 million shares on loan to 26.22. Estimated short share interest, the free float dropped because of that from 5.36 to 5.3. On loan average age per day kind of was mediocre. It went from 39.26 to 39.08, which kind of tells me that those were maybe medium aged loans that were closed out from that 900,000 shares that were returned. And security lending volume day over day rising from 3.43 million to 3.59. I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, and GME here on most heavily traded stocks according to Fidelity. And so far, I don't see any of them. I am expecting a low volume day to day on both AMC and Apes. I wouldn't expect to see either of those on the list for most heavily traded stocks. AMC trips today at $4.97 for SSR. Ape trips at 1.566. Shares available to borrow currently showing up as 7,000. Looks like they did borrow the 9,000 from earlier, and then they borrowed another 4,000, and now they're starting to return some shares. I'm going to add an additional 50,000 shares to the amount borrowed because I did kind of round down earlier, but I'm going to round up this time and call it 400,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Currently, fees are slightly going back up. They were 97.2, but it's now 97.3. Do note there is quite a few contracts out of the money already this week in both calls and puts. When you add it together, it's over the 100K that I don't want to see broken. However, there is light volume going into the next 2 weeks on options. As it stands right now, we have 71.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 31,000 contracts that are in the money. 55,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 9,000 contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.16, Dow Jones is up 0.48, and the S&P 500 is up 0.7. We currently have 4,165 advancers to 2,272 decliners. The market's doing pretty good right now. Not quite cooking with bacon grease, but it is moving pretty well. As it stands, Ethereum Classic is currently showing up 0.47% and has completed what appears to me to be a inverted head and shoulders, which should mean price should start rising anytime soon here. I would expect to see another jump up in value showing up there. And then DXY, or the US dollar, is currently heading up. It's up 0.22% right now. Oil is currently showing up 2.78. Mortgage-backed securities from BlackRock and Vanguard are showing down anywhere from 0.34 to 0.33. And the SPY is currently showing up 0.71. Taking a nice little trip up here. The VIX. So we've got differing. Okay, today's another one of those like magical days today. The VIX is up, the dollar is up, and the market's up. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? What kind of bizarro world is this that we're living in? Well, it's happening. The VIX is up 0.3%. VB is up 0.75. VBR is up 0.5. Tesla is up 3.88%. Amazon is up down 0.22. Cinemark is up 1.72. Doge is down 0.02. Bitcoin is up 0.29 at 22.7 a coin. I think we're seeing some consolidation there that might last until March. GME is at 3.47% up. HYMC is down 1.78. HOOD is up 1.1. CS is breaking even. NCMI is up 0.76. Ape is up 4.59%. And AMC is up 1.77%. inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC is about $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 5.75 million shares traded so far for the day today after 51 minutes of trading puts us on a pace for 43.9 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested in pre-market that we wouldn't see anything more than 10 to 30 million shares, and based off this this pace that we're on right now, I would suspect that 10 to 30 million will be probably pretty accurate. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.46, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.31, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, heavily more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.78, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.36, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there's approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. Currently 5.51 million shares traded after 52 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 41.32 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested no more than 5 to 25 million. This is a little more elevated than I would expect for this time of the day, but we'll go ahead and run with it. And I don't know, maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see just slightly higher than 25 million in volume. That'd be nice. We'll see. 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.6, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there is more. Man, that's tough. I'm going to go ahead and say that there's equal amounts of buying and selling pressure there. RSI at 66.32, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.31, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.22, which is above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud. Oops. As it stands right now, lagging line is above price line. Conversion is above base, and price is currently above. Well, it's actually currently touching the conversion, but on the next hour, when the next candlestick shows up here, it should be above the conversion, which is currently showing 1.77 and will be likely continuing higher. We are at 1.828. So the two numbers that I gave that I mentioned this morning that I thought would kind of provide additional buying pressure in the marketplace was 177 and 184. We broke the 187 and moved pretty decently past 187. We're kind of stalling out between that 187 or 177 and 184 range at 125, 182. Sorry, 182.5. Or not, I keep saying points. Stop saying it. 1.825. It's really close. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart here, this is where I'm kind of getting that 184 numbers, is that we need to kind of surpass the top that we had from before to keep the lagging line above the price line, and conversion above base will always move up as price is moving up. So we're doing a great job of staying away from the thinner portion of a green cloud here, which could mean that if we pass into the thicker portion of a green cloud, that we may not be coming back down to cross through the green cloud until the backside. Taking a look at AMC on the 1-hour chart, we have lagging line is just slightly above price line. Conversion is below base. Price is moving upwards towards a red cloud. The top of this red cloud here is going to be at $5.80. That's where we would see additional buying pressure coming in if price were to move through this cloud before the end of the day today. That would more than definitely move this conversion line above the baseline and keep that lagging line above 581, which is where the price line that we had, or the highest price point that we had, that this needs to get over and not touch. So 580 is the key target number that we're trying to get through for the day today on AMC. On a 4-hour chart, the number that I've got written down here is 655. The reason I've got 655 written in is we need to get this lagging line to get up above the price line, otherwise it starts to look like a sell. Do note that the 4-hour chart and the 1-hour chart do not match. The 4-hour chart is suggesting signs of weakness, with the conversion line having crossed over the baseline and price even underneath that. This is currently showing signs of weakness here, especially with the lagging line getting close to crossing through the price line here. and price does like to move down through thinner portions of green clouds. So with the I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't get some additional buying pressure that pushes up into the $6 range and then hopefully even above 655. Or we're just going to, and that would keep us to where we would be coming down through the backside of a green cloud, not the front side. Uh, Really hard to say which way this is going to move today, but if we did move through the green cloud today, we would be under 458 before the end of the day was out, or 456 rather, which would be quite a drastic move. I don't know. I don't know if this. I'm trying to decide on this 4-hour chart compared to the 1 hour, which one seems more reasonable to me. Seeing price drop this far down in a single day would tell me that we would have to see the entire market come crashing down to get that to happen. And I just don't. The 4-hour chart doesn't seem reasonable, whereas the 1 hour chart does suggest signs of strength showing here and seems way more reasonable. I guess reasonable is not really a good word to use. It seems more probable. Alrighty, with that I can see what it is you guys are saying again. Olin Smith, I don't remember why you were being muted, Oland. I don't ever remember taking you off. So, I've definitely had instances where people have been accidentally muted. So I don't know what's up with that. And I'm going to say this to everybody, not just Owen, but anybody. If you ever are muted or you feel like you've been muted unjustly from the community, please reach out to me and contact me. And if you don't know how, find somebody who can reach out to me and contact me. Owen reached out through Pam, the trader, and Pam contacted me, and I was like, yeah, not a problem. I'll look into it. And so I went and looked, and sure enough, he was on the list on there. So I took him off. I quite honestly can't remember why you were on the list, Oland, but actually, hold on a second here. I might have a reason for it. I'm not going to take you off. Don't worry. I'm not going to take you off just because. Um, Kind of curious. There was a period of time where we had a lot of people coming in and just throwing off like a bunch of different stock names, and I was like, guys, this is like and it was everybody. It wasn't just there's tons of people that were doing it, and I was like, guys, we're not talking about other stocks here. It's not. I don't see you on that list here, so I don't know why that couldn't have been the case then. So I don't know, man. I've seen it happen where people get added on there, and I have no idea how they get put on there. So I'm glad you reached out, and I'm glad that we could get it corrected. So let's see here. I'm going to start with where Uncle Milty says, in my experience, when someone is sticking a knife in your back, they don't set up meet and greets and tell you where they'll be next. Yeah, that wouldn't seem very that wouldn't probably not very smart. Batter says, I'm counting on the perfect beauty rising support on the 1 hour. Petra says, so this whole hit on Adam Aaron was conspired. What has Ryan Cohen done for GME, and he's not getting attacked? Yeah, I mean it's uh, Petro. I feel like sometimes I feel like I have to say the obvious, but and then I see people go like, yeah, I'm not really fooled by this, and then I go like, oh, Okay, cool. I thought I was the only person because there's so many people out there right now that are jumping on the bandwagon of like Adam Aaron's not saying anything. I'm sitting there going like, really, really, like you've never heard him ever say anything about short positions against AMC or those who would short against AMC. Like you've never heard him say anything like ever, really. Like, do you even pay attention? And it drives me nuts, and the narrative is just so tiring. Tom D, this morning, somebody had mentioned Maggot Brains, and I think that's an album that's made. It's a album made by Funkadelic. And today I played Super Stupid. I actually listened to the what do they call it? The song for the cover, which was Maggot Brains, but it's like a 10-minute song. And I was like, I'm not playing a 10-minute song. So I try to keep songs under like 5 if possible. Um, but yeah, that's what it was. Maccabee says, what happened to the ADD? AEO a while back had said, I feel like you talk about having ADD too much, like you use it like a crutch. And it kind of I took it to heart. I took it to heart a little bit, and I was like, you know what? I think he's right. And if there's any one thing that I don't like seeing other people do is I don't like seeing other people use like excuses for whatever it is that they do. And so I don't want to use ADD as a crutch. So I stopped. I took it out. I just took it out of the whole thing. I took out the whole ADD, and luckily, Mac and Bees, we have this stock called APE, which fits in there just nicely. And but yeah, that's what happened to the whole ADD thing. I don't remember Olin's one, so I don't know, man. Enough time has passed where I don't care. if that's if I did it to you, Olin, I'm good with you now. We're good, and I didn't have any hesitation in taking you off the list. So I'm glad that you reached out and quite honestly, guys, like anybody who takes the time to reach out to me who's been banned from the channel who reaches out to me and says, hey, do you mind if I come back? I'd like to come back and be a part of the community. I care about that. That means something to me. Like if you're willing to come to me and be like, dude, like I want to be a part of this community. I don't want to be not a part of it. I'm not gonna say no to that person. I'm just not. I want, if you value being a part of this community, then I value you being a part of it. So I'll bring you back. It's only temporary. It can always be taken back. Perverted Bass said, I recommended Maggot Brains. Did you listen? I did listen to a very short period of it, Perverted, but I didn't listen to the whole thing before I decided that I looked at it and I was like, how long is this? And then I saw the time and I was like, nope, can't. That's way too long. And then I stopped listening to it because if you saw the process on how much time that I have to decide what song I'm going to play for the day, it's not much, and so I didn't have a whole lot of time to sit there and listen to it. Sam says AA isn't infallible though. I agree. I don't think any. Look, I treat CEOs the same way that I treat HR. I don't trust them any further than I can throw them. But I don't necessarily think that they're there to screw you. I just don't. I think they're there for the company, just like HR is. They're looking out for the company. That's their first and foremost. That should be their first and foremost care in the whole world is the company and keeping the company profitable. And so, and when you put that as an expectation, and you realize that they're not caring necessarily about what it is you want, but more of what the company needs, that's where I'm not going to, like, for example, Sam, I have said this, the third proposal where they're asking us to give them free reign on being able to add more shares anytime that they want to. I said I can tell you right now without a proxy, I'm voting no for that one, no matter what. And the reason for it is I'm not just going to hand over my rights, my voting rights. I'm not just going to give those up. I think that it's very important for me. For me, this is for me. You guys can have a differing opinion. It's okay. But for me, I don't want my voting rights to be given up. That's like me signing something saying I'm just going to vote Republican from here on out. Just go ahead and fill me in for Republican for everything going forward, and you guys take care of it because I just don't want to go to the voting booths anymore. And that's not how I vote. I don't vote like that. I vote with my brain, and I vote with my logic, and I vote with my eyes and my ears, and I want to have the ability to be able to decide. So, and I want future shareholders of this company to be able to decide how their money is going to be handled. I don't want somebody who's looking at whether they should invest in a company to look at it and say like, well, I don't have any option whether or not this company is ever going to be diluted again, so I'm not going to. I don't want to buy into that. It's like give them a choice. So I can tell you right now, I'm already voting no on that, and I don't mind saying it. But that's not to say that it doesn't mean that I would vote no on everything. I'm just saying that on that particular subject. Yeah, absolutely, Ola, Tim. If you want to go to Discord, Twitter, or anything like that, and talk about other stocks, be my guest, man. Head over there, talk away, but just not here. And the rules are in the description, and it's one, uh, do not advertise a stock without context in regards to AMC. And so I'm not saying like don't talk about other stocks. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I want it to have some kind of context to AMC. Like if you can say like, hey, I think there's a some kind of correlation between something that's happening right here and AMC, then great. But if you're just going out there and saying like, hey, here's a stock ripper, and I think it's ripping because AMC, not so much. I'm not going to buy that. Rule number two, when you exit your position with AMC or Ape, do so with silence. No farting while trading. That's just kind of to be funny. But this is not an airport, guys. You don't announce your arrivals and departures here. Just it's an airport, or it's not an airport. So when you decide to exit your position, leave in silence. You know why people are here. You know what it is that they're trying to do. Don't disrupt people and what it is that they're trying to do here. Number three, if you only here to harass people, instant ban. And it's easy. I think those are three really easy rules to follow. And but yet, for some reason, some people just can't seem to follow them. I don't know. It's me says you're voting on the RS. I haven't made a decision on that yet. I need to see a proxy. Thorbladed, the third proposal that suggests that we can, that we would just allow them to create more shares whenever they choose to, whenever the board chooses to create more shares, that they just have free reign. GSR, good morning to you. Yeah, I think the voting does matter, Sam. I really do think it matters. Yeah, I don't know who blocked you, Ola. Uh, I'm not sure. Was there something that was done that blocked? Who blocked you? Did I block you? I'm curious. I'm curious why. Because No, no, no. You don't have to send me. I don't ever want to know your position, Ola. That's not how it works for me. Uh, I'm not. I'm curious why I would have blocked you. Do you have a Do you know what the name? Do you mind listing what the name is that you have on here or on Discord? There was one individual that I blocked this weekend just because of the name. It was simply just the name in itself was enough for me to block him. So, and please don't ever tell me how many shares you have. I really don't. I don't. It's all people equal here. I don't care if you've got 10 shares. I don't care if you have a million shares. You're the same person to me as any other person. I don't want to know. Yeah, I really don't have a problem with anybody discussing other stocks on Discord at all. That Discord is a place for you guys to openly talk about whatever you want to talk about there. I just feel that it's important on this in particular on this YouTube channel more than anything, just not here. It does kind of seem that way, Sam. But one thing that I would suggest to you is that if the company thought that there was going to be a situation to where shareholders would exit their positions in mass, that could be very, very potentially harmful to the company. I said company to the company, and I would expect them to want to try to avoid that at all costs. So think about it from their perspective, and what that would mean if somebody were to exit their positions in mass. Well, Ola, I'll tell you what. I'm not sure again why you were taken off the Discord. I can take a look into it. Send me a message, uh, and I'll look into it. But you're all good here, man. Batter, I actually, do you want do you want to like somebody showed me this one time. I'm gonna share this with you real quick here because I think that's actually a really interesting question. And I had I'm not sure if you've read about my suck squeeze bang blow. I like to oftentimes refer to some things in mechanical in a mechanical sense because it can kind of sometimes make sense to people what um, um, it can make better sense of what it is that they're looking at or why things are happening from mechanical sense. And so I've got this picture that somebody sent me one time after they had read my suck squeeze bang blow, and they're like, I'm also an engineer, and have this little nifty diagram that they wrote up here, and I'm gonna throw this up here, and it was funny because it sparked this amazing conversation between me and them. I wish I could remember the name of the individual, but I honestly I can't. It's been far too long. But this is the rear end assembly of a car, and so this is your rear axle right here. And so if the car is turning, they actually put in. Let me take a screenshot of this real quick here because I understood where he was going with this, and I said I think you should redraw this picture because you're onto something here, but I think that there's something a little bit. I think you've got the labeling incorrect, and so I said, what if you had what if really it was the Fed is not here, right? This is like AMC over here, and you've got, and excuse my, it's really, I have settings on my mouse that cause this to be really janky on when I draw, but this is not going to be AMC. This is going to be something like this. Some of these down here could be, you got BB down here. You could have maybe it could be something else, some other meme stocks, right? Other distractors. Perhaps maybe something like at the top up here, let's put I don't know, DWAC or something like that. I don't know. We'll put some kind of other distractor up here. This is for your spider, I forget what they call these, spider something or other, spider gear. Short hedge fund is correct, and then the economy is actually the economy slash Fed down here, which is your powertrain, right? Your drive. This is now, I think this is more accurately labeled. And so what you end up having is you have a car that's driving forward, right? Both your GME and AMC gears are turning at the same rate, right? The economy is driving everything; they're turning at the same rate. Now, let's say, for example, that you knew that there was going to have a day where perhaps, say, like GME is going to have, you need to start buying a lot of shares in GME, but you don't want the price of other stocks to start rising as that happens, right? So what do? You turn the car in the direction of what you need to slow down, right? You want GME to slow down, so you're going to turn your wheel to the left because this is the gear that would turn the left hand wheel, or the axle gear that would turn the left hand side of the car. So you're turning to the left to slow down the price movement, and you speed inadvertently. What you end up doing is you speed up AMC on the other side because it has to yeah, rear different, exactly. It's all about rear differentials. You end up speeding up AMC. Well, in order to counter that, right? Because if you know if you're gonna turn your car to the left and you're gonna cause a speed or the rate at which you want to slow down the trading on something that's going to be potentially impactful, and so what do? You start throwing in things like DWAC, BBY, and or BB or whatever it is that you have on the spider here to kind of influence or dampen the amount of rate of spinning that you're going to get that could potentially cause AMC to start going really fast. But this is kind of one of those. This is like using like a mechanical engineering to kind of explain to you like why it is that you see potentially price movements on certain different positions, and why they may how they may be able to control the prices in certain ways on certain days when there's certain pressure that's needed to be forced buying. So we always talk about things like failure to delivers and stuff like that, and that they have to go out and start forcibly buying shares. Well, how do you slow down the market from continuing to buy into those? You turn the steering wheel. Turn the steering wheel and start distracting into other locations so that it's easier for you to drive down price and the volume that's occurring there, and then you can knock down the price and then start collecting shares from anybody who's selling. So it's actually this is really brilliant. I didn't come up with this. I think that the labeling was a little bit off on how he had it labeled. But when we talked about it, and I kind of was showing him like how I thought he should relabel it, he's like, "Oh shit, yeah, you're right. That's makes a lot more sense there, the way you have it set up." But yeah. Anyways, that's it's kind of my. I mean, it's very. I mean, that's I don't think this is exactly how the market works, because I think it would be very I can't think of what the word is called. If you think that AMC and GM are the only two parts on the back end wheel of the entire market, and why things are moving in certain directions, it's very short-sighted, narrow-minded thinking, right? There's obviously tons and tons of stocks, but you could throw them all these stocks you could throw that are really heavy hitter ones into one category on one side of the rear differential, and then you could throw all the others on the other side. Or maybe you could mix it up so that some are on one side. Maybe you need to remix the organization. Now, how would you do that? Right? Everybody goes like, well, how would you decide which stocks are going to be going under a certain size of the differential, and the answer to that is called ETFs. All right, that's how you start building the ETFs that get traded, and that's so this is everything that falls under this category is going to be ETFs that drive this side, and that's how you get the entire market to move on ETFs in one direction or another, right? And then you got a whole balancing side over here on ETFs. So I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I think ETFs is a everything turns into balls and ultimately in mechanical engineering, something always turns into balls and something else over here. Oh man. Anyways, going back to I don't know if that made any sense to you guys or not, but I think that is kind of a cool representation of maybe an explanation as to why you see things happening the way they happen. Mike says, "Now draw Billy." That's right. That's right. Don't forget about Michael. We got Billy over here. Hold on a second. I can't draw Billy. This is me trying to draw Billy. This is Billy over here with his head. Oh shoot! Why'd that still keep drawing? This is Billy over here with his head wound. This is Casey trying to draw. And then you got Michael. Don't forget about Michael. Michael's over here. He's filling in for Billy in the hospital bed. He's not really injured. He's just trying to make the doctors think that he's injured. What is up with my draw? Like I literally let go of the mouse button and drew like this. What the hell is that? There we go. There we go. There's Michael and Billy. Yeah. Mike number 39 says, "Laugh out loud, you rock, Casey." I don't I don't rock. I just like trying to explain things. I don't whatever. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. But I think it was Batter that was asking the original question. Let me scroll back up here and just make sure. But yeah. Okay, yeah, it was Batter. So Batter, I think hopefully if that makes sense to you, I don't know if that did or not. But I do like to try and use like mechanical engineering to maybe display like how market functions work, because a lot of times people think in like different ways. Um, you know, getting you to kind of think about different parts and why they move the way that they move may help you to kind of figure out or give you like some kind of inclination as to why things are happening the way they're happening. Failure to delivers are actually kind of stacking right now, ding ding dong dong. But it's not until later in the week that they actually get really intense for Ape. Actually, I think it might be even going into next week. Roseanne says, "Casey, I think you lost Batter." Let's see here. No, he's still here. Point Break Thor says, "Casey, do you ever watch Bigum's vids? Content aside, he gives me anxiety with his yelling, dog control problems, and drawings. I love him, but it's a scene." Yeah. Not everybody's for everybody. Point Break. You know what I mean? Like, not everybody enjoys watching my stuff. So, I've definitely heard people who have made fun of the things that I do. So, or how I act or react, and that's okay. Not everybody has to like me. You don't have to like his content. If you get something out of it, great. If you don't, okay. It's not for everybody. I'm not for everybody. Um, and I think a great example of that is Astro. For me, I used to watch Astro and feel like I got anxiety from watching Astro. Very intelligent kid, and I'm not trying to call him a kid because he's to try and like discredit him. He legitimately could. I think he's old enough to probably be my kid, legitimately, and I think he's an incredibly smart kid. He just flies a million miles a minute, and I can't keep up with people like that at all. And I just couldn't watch his stuff very much. So, but it doesn't mean he's a bad. It doesn't mean that I know Sam's gonna be like, "What are you talking about, Casey? What are you?" Sam's turning his head right now, like, "What you talking about? What you talking about, Casey? Don't you dare say it." I knew. Look, there's Sam, Astro the Fractal Fraud, crackhead. Yeah, one thing, yeah, I feel like that Sam is that I take a little bits and pieces of different things, and I kind of incorporate it, right? I think that whenever you're learning something, it's okay to take differing ideas and try to learn from them. And I try not to be too critical about what it is that they're presenting if it has some knowledgeable credibility to what it is that they're presenting. So in regards to the fractal, I don't think that was fraud. I do think that he was. I don't think that you can do fractals the same exact way that he was doing them though either. So I had a little bit of a problem with how he was doing the fractals. You can't just. I used to say this all the time. You can't just draw 50 squiggly lines on a page and then say like match up two different spots on the page and be like, look, it matches. This squiggly line and this squiggly line has the same spot. If I take and stretch it and pull it apart and make it go up and down, and that doesn't float in my book. That's just really kind of fitting the data into the time frame and price point. I don't think it works like that, unfortunately. Range Raider says, Casey, thinking that the shakeup at Disney shall chill any acquisition talk. I know that those bean counters are now on the warpath. Yeah, well, I'm not going to get into that part of it, Sam. I'm not going to get into that part of it because, part of one of the main reasons I kept trying to say Trey needs to get better friends was because of that bad influence there. But yeah, I just don't want. I'm not here to. I don't. I don't. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, you know what? Ding ding dong dong. That's why I kind of avoid like dates, and that's why I kind of gone with the whole 2 weeks thing from the get go. I know our community really has a difficult time with dates, and it's rightfully so. We have had so many people in the community who have tried to predict dates and times, and I think I can see I can see it wear on people every single time that those dates or times pass by and produce nothing. That I try to stay away from it as much as possible. I don't like going out there and putting out dates or whatever. Sam, but see, here's the thing. You don't have to be like me, man. You can be you. We need people who are of different backgrounds. We need people who expose people. We need people who just kind of are calm, collected, and whatever. And I'm not trying to use TMI's thing or anything. I'm just saying like we need community is great because you need a differing of people. Like you need people with different backgrounds and different ideas and different ways of handling things. You don't have to be like me. Be you. You be you. I'll be me, and we'll make everything work out. So you keep up that investigating into things. Don't ever stop. Censored content says I quit dating a while ago. AMC is a counted relationship now. That's messed up. All right, it's getting about time here. Hey, myself, it's good to see you, dude. I've been wanting to talk to you, by the way. It's mostly are people calling out to not set dates that set out dates, and then when nothing happens, they say, but it is contributing. Do I call out dates though? I mean, I know I call out the 15 days whenever it's when we have on loan average age per day that's down, but I don't say it's MOASS or anything like that. Like I don't, I just suggest that a price run is incoming. I think it's pretty accurate, but I try not to really like count. I don't feel like I count out any dates here. I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe you got me on that one. I do. I mean, I certainly do. The one date that I will always show you guys is when that on loan average age per day hits a bottom and then it starts moving up. When I see that, I know that a price run is incoming. So that's usually one that I will kind of shout out. But Stonk Squeezer 69 says over 70% of retail is shorting or in puts. Of course, the market will keep going up. The bear market is over. You heard it here first from Stonk Squeezer. Well, it's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. Let's see what's going on. I'm ready to take a look. We got 575 on AMC, up 4.16%. Ape is at 1.845. I'm looking for that to break 1.84. It's right there. Could get another big push off of that, which is up currently 6.03%. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen. Hazel says you don't call out dates, only 2 weeks. I try to stick to 2 weeks, but every once in a while I do say, hey, here's a price increase that's incoming. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on over here, guys. Let me see if I'm going to have to give you guys a two-factor authentication speech or not. Let's see what we got going on here. Looks like maybe not. I don't think I do. No speech for you. Move a couple screens, and let's take a look at what we got going on over here. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time in the morning, I would expect about 49% volume going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. On AMC this morning, these are the numbers that are right here next to my head. We've got 65.13% through off exchange, EDGX at 10.62. For a grand total 75.75%, that's 15.75% higher than I think it should be than at this time in the morning. CHX volume is very low. On Ape, we have 64.07% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.61. The combined total on that 73.68%. That is 13.68% higher than what it should be by this time in the morning. That is definitely elevated. CHX volume is non-existent. On GME, CHX volume is slightly low, and on HYMC, CHX volume is slightly low as well. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was 193,000 shares having been returned. It's now a borrowing of 760,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 22.01%. Cost to borrow ends at 192.86. Cost to borrow average at 241.73 and max at 304.94. Shares on loan for the day today is down by 1 million shares from last Friday to 177.27 million shares on loan. Ortex is estimated about 362,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was approximately 296,000 shares having been returned. It's now a borrowing of 509,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 5.33%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.26, average 8.56, and max 9.87. Those numbers are rising pretty quickly today, which could mean that there might be some heavy borrowing going on. The total amount of shares on loan is down by 900,000 shares day over day in short interest, and down to 26.22 million shares on loan. Let's go ahead and take a look at options. Highest amount of volume for the call options is currently showing up at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 4.9 thousand contracts. There's now 12.9. Big, huge volume jump there in call contracts. On puts at a $5 strike an hour ago, there's 5.1 thousand contracts. There's now 6.8. A 2-to-1, almost a 2-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts. The market, however, is still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $5 and $6 before the end of the day is over. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.59. Ever since this morning, we got the bounce off this level of support. We've been seeing price rise up ever since then. We are getting really close to seeing this level of resistance that we've seen a couple times in the past at $7.66. But we'll see if we can continue to drive through this. I am still waiting for the signal to bounce off of that $6.88 range that we were at before and reaching up to $8.78 or thereabouts. It might be $8.70. It's going to be someplace close to that is what I'm expecting. Orders by Fidelity customers. There is approximately, I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, and GME, and today is not supposed to be a high volume day, so we may not see any of those on the list here of most heavily traded stocks, and I do not see them listed. That just means that we have low volume. Trigger price for AMC for the day today would be at $4.97. Ape would be at 1.566. There are 0 shares available to borrow. They've been returning very small quantities of shares and then reborrowing them back out. But currently, they did return the ETFs of 30,000 shares. Last known fees were at 97.3%. I'm not counting any of these shares in here since I've already rounded up on this last count. And this last count suggested that we've seen about 400,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. NASDAQ is up 1.95, Dow Jones is up 1.15, S&P 500 is up 1.42. We have 4,604 advancers to 1,913 decliners. The market is advancing and cooking on bacon grease because it looks hot, tasty, and yummy, and smells good too. We do have Ethereum Classic up right now, 0.46%. The US dollar is currently showing up 0.07, which is a little bit further down than where it was an hour ago. Oil is currently showing up 2.86. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.05 to 0.02. SPY is up 1.44. VIX is down now 0.55. VB is up 1.18. VBR is up 1.01. Tesla's up 5.62. Amazon is up 0.3. Cinemark is up 2.13. Doge is up 0.25. Bitcoin is up 0.79. GME is up 7.38. HYMC is up, or down rather, 1.86. HUD is up 1.31. CS is up 0.14. NCMI is up 0.53. Ape is up 5.75. And AMC is up 3.99%. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC is approximately $1.6 million more inflow than outflow, with 10.35 million shares having been traded so far after 101 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 39.96 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is a little bit higher than the 10 to 30 million shares I suggested in the pre-market. On the 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.47, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.05, which is above average. And there's a divergence of the vortex indicator on the 1-hour chart here, showing that buying pressure crossed over. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 71.44, signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.39, which is above average. On Ape, there's approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow for the day-to-day, with 8.27 million shares traded so far after 102 minutes of trading. That puts us on a pace for 31.62 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is okay, Bruno. Okay, it's all right. Sorry about that. See, now I got a crazy dog too. Somebody's at the door. 31.62 million shares. That is higher than. Hold on a second. Man, he's a grumpy old dog. You're getting grumpy in your old age. He's older than me now, officially. Dog years. He's getting ornery. He's got the whole like get off my front lawn mentality going on here. It's like full blown. I mean they say you're like your dog, so I imagine I'm probably a lot like him, and I'll probably end up being like that when I'm his age. If I'm not already. I really am like that already. Let's see here. We got average pace for the day today is 31.62. And I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares, so I think we'll hit that no problem. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.18, which is above average. On a 1-hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.92, which is slightly above average. No, that is above average, rather, sorry. And on a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.58, which is above average. And a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.83, which is above average. And some of the key target numbers that I was looking for us to hit was 184 is one of them. I wanted to see Ape break 177 and then break 184 for potential additional buying pressure that may be kicking in at that point. And then for AMC, 580 was the number that we needed to break. We're only 10 cents away from that, but it was kind of a magic number that we needed to break to see continuous price improvement in the futures. And then followed by $6.55, which was quite a big leap from there. But that 4-hour chart's kind of weird, wonky on AMC. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Oh, yeah, it's not Winky at the door. I don't think it was. I think somebody may have dropped off a package. Pumpy says, thank God we know what the dog's doing. Hazel says, my dog reacted to Bruno barking. Wait. You know what else I can do, Hazel, that's really kind of fun? Watch this. Hey Alexa, make dog barking sounds. How many of you all, tell me how many of you all had something go off there? I love that. I think that's the funniest thing that you can do that to people. It's, I don't, I wonder, I kind of wonder if I haven't seen too many YouTubers do that before, but I think it's really funny. Did I get anybody on the whole Alexa thing? Did that trigger anybody? Like it makes me want to like if we do get a cat. My wife was talking about getting a cat this summer. If we do end up getting a cat, I want to name it Alexa, just because I think that would like be really funny. Let me go check the front door real quick. I'll be right back. Ice cream says do okay. Okay, Google, make dog barking sounds. I don't know if that works. I could say like, hey Siri, make dog barking sounds. I don't know if that one probably doesn't work as much. I noticed that Siri kind of tends to like it knows your voice and like if it's not your voice then she won't like respond necessarily. It worked. Hold on a second. I gotta go check my front door real quick and see what package we got left here. I'll be right back. Okay, interesting enough, no package. Must have just been somebody walking by. So one of the things I want to mention to you guys, just because I'm always a little weary about some of these market moves. Remember that price movement with low volume upwards is not necessarily a sign of strength. So I know we had somebody come in here, and I'm not trying to say somebody because I don't value who the person is or anything. I think it was Stock Squeezer 69. Welcome to the channel, by the way. I haven't seen the name. I don't recall having seen the name recently. But what I want you to kind of note is that volume so far for the day today on the SPY in general is currently at 27 million in volume. I think an average volume day in the more recent past would probably be um, closer to 51.6 million shares traded for the day through the SPY. That's the normal volume, and we're at 27.6. So it does look like it is trading on high volume, which is good because normally if you're going to see price moving upwards, you don't want to see low volume and price moving up because that's not a good sign. Last Friday, price moved up on the SPY and had higher amounts of volume, so that's good. So I just wanted to check that real quick just to kind of see. You definitely don't want low volume, higher price. That's a sign for price dropping. Which, believe it or not, is actually AMC right now. AMC and Ape, we have lower volume with higher price. Einstein says, Casey Shaw, if the earnings across the board are not stellar, look out below. I see bears waiting potentially to drive the indices way down. I think there is a lot of earning reports out today, isn't there? If I'm not mistaken, or at least this week. Let me hold on a second. I looked this up like a week or so ago, and I'm like, why don't I show this more often? I don't know. I pulled this up. I want to say it was like a week or two ago. and I was gonna shout out like all the bank uh, earnings reports that were coming out last week, like J.P. Morgan and stuff like that. Actually, I think it was Schwab. I can't remember all the ones that were coming out last week, but and I never actually even ended up mentioning it. Oh, okay. So the first one that I pulled up here is on Yahoo, and you can actually click on the individual days to see which ones. There's 151. There's 151 reported earnings for today, 137 for tomorrow, 212 for Wednesday, 235 for Thursday, and 67 for Friday. If I can, I wonder if I can order this in. No. Let me go through this real quick. I'm going to scan through and see if there's not any banks that are reporting today. Summit Stank Stank Summit Stank Bank. No, that's not what it's called. It's called Summit State Bank. Let's see here. What else we got? Kashmir Valley Bank. I don't know who you are. Santa Cruz County Bank. Capital City Bank Group. Bank of Hawaii. Hawaii. Trying to look and see if there's anything, any major. No, I don't see anything right here. I'm looking and I don't see anything major. Nothing stood out in my mind when I just went through that there. So, oh, sorry. I should put it back on the minute. I forgot I had it on the daily. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think breaking that 580 is really kind of key. Einstein's saying they're driving it up on low volume to hit it hard to the downside when earnings come in bad. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening here. But I mean, there has been some. Let's see. Let's go back and look at the volatility on the SPY just on the daily candles. I mean, I would say there's been more volatility in the last like December range. I think there was a little more volatility. Maybe like October through December. There seems to be a little bit less volatility for the end portion of December going into the early portion of January. And then volatility starting to kind of pick back up just a little bit. Yeah, I think volatility is picking up pretty good right now. I mean, you can see it in the vortex indicator too, just like she's just spreading open. It's just like it's like way lots of buying pressure and lots of selling pressure. Not a lot of selling pressure going on right now according to the vortex indicator. So uh, at least on the daily here, and it is 401.57. Derek, Derek says After this, Kenny and the SEC will put a spin on this and make themselves look like heroes. Well, we'll see. Good old Gazer Beam Gary. Kevin Thompson, I haven't really seen the name before, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. I really feel like it's our channel, so um, I know I own responsibility of running it, but I feel like it's a place that's our place, where everybody knows your name. So the more I see your name, the more often I'll get to recognize it, and then I won't, and then you'll come back again, and I won't say, hey, I haven't seen you before. Like Petrofire showed up. I don't know how long ago it was, Petro, that you showed up, but I started getting used to your name pretty quick. Petro says you can't polish a turd. See, Petro feels like he's part of the community here. He knows what he's he knows what he's talking about. Ooh, left wing wacko is coming in. So first off, left wing wacko, you're not going to get a rise out of me. Yes, I live in Texas. No, I'm not a Cowboys fan. No, even if my team lost, you could try and rile me up over it, and I probably wouldn't get very triggered. I might act like I was triggered, but just to be funny. But you know what though? I feel really bad, quite honestly, left wing wacko for Cowboys fans, because I used to live in San Diego, and the San Diego Chargers at the time were my team because man, they were my home team, and I know what it's like to get disappointed in the fourth quarter so many times over and over and over and over throughout the years. Stan Humphries over and over and over, fourth quarter losses. So I feel for him. I feel for those Cowboy fans because that's just like the Cowboys because it's never seemed to they can't pull it off. Myself says differences we're all using aliases and you're using your real name, so technically we don't know each other's names. I thought about that myself. I was like, hey, whenever we decide to like get together after this is all over, if we do like some kind of like big get together someplace, like we're gonna have to legit put like name tags on people with like their YouTube name, because otherwise like nobody's gonna know who anybody is. Like you put down, hi, my name is, and then if you put down like your real name, everybody's gonna be like, I don't know who that guy is. but the best part about that though is Ding Ding Dong Dong is actually gonna have to write that on his. He's gonna have to write ding 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 dong dong on his badge and wear it. Pedro says, I live in Texas and I have been talking so much smack to the cow pie fans. that's messed up, Petro. I feel weird. When I first moved here, Petro, I'll tell you, like some of my favorite growing up teams was where I lived. So San Diego Chargers, right? Growing up, I also lived in Washington, D.C., so it was the Washington Redskins. And then later on in life, I really liked Michael Vick, so I was an Eagles fan, and then also a Falcons fan as well, because he kind of did move between the two teams. And he started on the Falcons and then went to the Eagles. So I've always been a fan of like those teams. Kansas City has just been like a namesake for me. It's like Kansas City, KC. I like Kansas City. It's like it's just those are my teams. And I don't even remember where I was going with this. Oh, when I first moved here to Texas, like every single one of the teams that I just named off, the Chargers, the Redskins, the Eagles, maybe not so much the Falcons, and Kansas City are all like major, like like it's kind of scary to like mention that you're a fan of those teams here. so, so I don't really talk about who I like when I'm here talking to people. I don't be like, hey guys, guess what? I'm a huge even though I'm wearing the hat. I feel weird though. I feel weird wearing the hat around. Dr. Zena says, Shaw, very interesting article about US dollar and CBDC. Sent you in a DM. Cool, man. I'll check it out. Ooh, Rose says, no, it would be more fun to wear the wrong name and see if we can sort out in person. That would be fun. That would be fun. That would be fun. Hello, my name is Robert Yale, and I'm an AMC addict. Oh, Aaron, I'm not. I'm not in Dallas, man. Well, I'm in Pflugerville, which is northeast of Austin. I basically just tell everybody Austin because it's just easier. People know where Austin is. Thick Flare says, I tried to escape from Cowboy Talk and now it's in here. Next person is getting an instant ban. see, see, Petro, you gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful. Those guys, it's upsetting. It's hurtful. Petro says, I grew up in Arizona and hated the Cardinals. Did you happen to see when they created the new stadium though? Like that new stadium is legit pretty sweet. I liked it. I say new, but it's like over 10 years old now. It's already been like a decade since they made it. Pablo says, I live in Texas and have always been a Steelers fan, so I get it, Casey. You know, Pablo knows exactly what I'm talking about. So does Petro. Like you don't talk about your team here. You just you kind of just stay silent and stick to your own channel, your own lane. Maybe you wear the occasional jacket or jersey or hat or something, but you try not to talk about it. But Donkey Kong says, I'm going to have Casey Shaw on my name tag. You can't play me. Yes, I saw that article. Myself says, did you hear about the Chat GPT passing the Wharton Business School MBA exam? I did hear about it, dude. Like I was like, yeah, I mean, colleges are already saying that they're going to have to start changing how they're testing because of it. SC Formula says, as a Cowboys fan, I'm used to waiting 2 weeks. Oh man, SC Formula, you're gonna piss off Vic over there. Tendies Plus Plus says, is that where Fluger reels are made? I don't know. That's a good question. It might be. Manjit says max cost to borrow 304.94. That's too much. No, make it more. My father-in-law was a Steelers fan. He actually, I guess, actually, I think it was the COVID year. It was either COVID or the year before COVID. It was either 2020 or 2021 that he stopped watching football. He got pissed off about something. I'm not sure exactly what in particular, but he just got pissed off at something and then just decided he wasn't watching it anymore. I don't know what happened. Funky Pizza Records. Chat GPT is it's like having your own personal supercomputer that'll answer any question you want to know. It's a chat box. You can actually go and ask it yourself. I can give you a link to it if you want to. It's fun. Just do note that like anytime you're ever giving away. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Oh, yeah, here we go. This should be a link to it if you want it. But you may have to use your Google account. Just hit login, and you can use your Google account, but you'd have to give it access to your Google account in order to use it. But yeah, just if you don't feel comfortable doing that, don't do it. Just be safe, Kevin. Don't get hurt trying to listen. Manjet says you can get so much house for your money in Pflugersville. Yeah, well, I remember when I used to live in Eugene, Oregon. I was selling my first home that I ever owned for about 100. I think I was selling it for like 180 or maybe it was 220. I can't remember if it was 180 or 220. But anyways, I was selling it, and when I went to go sell the house, um, I had somebody who just moved from San Francisco come through on a walkthrough on the home, and after they did the tour of the house, they were leaving because I was selling the house on my own. I wasn't using a realtor, and so they asked for the flyer, or I handed them a flyer to give to them for the house, for the listing on the house. And I handed it to them, and the lady laughed, and I laughed back because I wasn't sure why she was laughing. It was kind of awkward, but and I go, what's funny? And she goes, oh, well, we just sold our house that was like, I think that house was 1,800 square feet. She was like, we just sold a house that was only like 800 square feet, 1,000 square feet less, and we could basically buy 5 of these homes for this price. And yeah, I think I was selling for 180. So I guess she was basically saying that they made $1 million on their home in San Francisco for 800 square feet. And so I'm sitting there going, I didn't want to be rude or anything, so I was just like, oh, that's really cool. Well, you can buy this one. It's ready for you now, and this is just one of your 5. She didn't buy, but I think they suddenly realized that they could be looking at much more expensive homes than what they were looking at when they first. I think mine might have been one of the first homes they went through, but I'm never really quite sure how to respond to that when somebody says that. Myself says, imagine how much information you're giving away about yourself by typing questions into ChatGTP. Yep, I agree. Ruben, I did not see that, but one of the things that you got to remember is that how they report that they made money and versus. Did you check to see in 2022 how much that they had in positions that were due that they still have not paid out yet? That's one thing that I think that a lot of people are mislooking. They're not looking at all the full real numbers there. If it rose from 2021 to 2022, which it did, then they can report 16 billion in profit, but doesn't mean that that's necessarily going to be how much they end up making in the long run. Oh, I'm quite sure it knows that myself. Actually, you know what? I don't know that for a fact. Hold on a second. Let's ask it. It'll tell you. I'm pretty sure it'll tell you the truth. Let's see. I asked it, are you tracking data on my questions? It says, no, I'm not tracking any data on your questions. I process the input you provide to me and generate an output, but I do not retain any information about your previous interactions with me. Each time you interact with me is treated as a new and independent session. The question is do you trust that? Dave, What are you doing? Dave, do you know I can read lips? Why are you unplugging my circuit boards, Dave? Dr. Xena says the whispering creeped me out. I know, man. I shouldn't have done that. I got to keep remembering not to do that. Call me by my real name, Mr. Incognito. That's funny. I think I know what you mean. That's why it's funny. Did you see the article today about the death metal guitarist suffers permanent hearing damage after seeing one movie at the AMC theater? LMAO. Hedgies have no shame. I had not seen it. That is kind of ridiculous. Ask, can I trust you? Okay, hold on a second. I'll ask it. Can I trust you? Let's see here. This ought to be priceless. As an artificial intelligence, I'm a tool that can process and generate text based on the input it receives. My responses are based on the information and knowledge that I have been trained on, and have been designed to be as accurate and helpful as possible. However, it's important to keep in mind that I am a machine and that my responses are generated based on patterns in the data that I have been trained on. It's always good to double check any information that I provide, especially when making important decisions. This is like this. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie Megan, but legitimately, it's like having like your own version of like it's like your chat version of Megan. It really is. Myself says, "How was pretty trustworthy." Perverted at best says, "Hail Hydra." That legit perverted at best was pretty dang funny. I mean, you gotta admit, like that was like straight up. I mean, that was it was pretty class. I mean, I don't like why Hydra of all the names. I mean, I don't know. It was pretty funny. Hazel was pretty good. I liked it. What I would compare it to is it's like a oh, what's the best way to put it? It's like Chucky meets a girl version of a robot version of him, right? It's female Chucky, but robot style. That's essentially what it is. And it wasn't. I didn't feel at all that it was scary at all. Uh, I was never once scared. There may have been one jump scene in there that made me jump a little bit, but that was about it. Type in Hail Hydra. Hold on a second. Let's see what. All right. And then it put Hail Hydra as a phrase that is associated with a fictional terrorist organization called Hydra, which is featured in the Marvel Comics universe. It is not appropriate or polite thing to say. I would not recommend using it in any context. Okay. Alrighty then. I won't talk about Hail Hydra around here. Hey, it's not the Washington Redskins anymore, Sam. It's the what I don't actually know what it is anymore. It's gonna, I'm like sitting here ready to tell you what it is, and I don't even know. It's something else though. Jeff Bezos says today he'll sell the Washington Post to buy the Washington. Is it Nationals now? I don't know. I'm thinking it's the Nationals. Glenn said it's the Commanders. I don't even know. Okay, yeah, and Mike's now saying Washington Commanders too. See, I didn't even know. This shows you how much of a football fan I am. No, I wasn't scared in that movie at all. I think I maybe did jump on the one jump scene, but I really don't. I've had that debate with my kids before. Like, what is is a jump scare really fear, right? And I don't think jump scares are scary. I think they're just meant to surprise you. And I don't think that to me, being surprised and being scared are two totally different things. If you want to feel the hair on the back of your neck raise, uh, that's something entirely different than getting a jump scare. And I hate it when they consider jump scares as horror, because I don't think that's a horror. That's not a horror thing. Uh, if the hairs on the back of my neck are rising, that's horror. Shoot, my wife just she got me watching a new series by Guillermo on, I think it's on Netflix. And I told her, I said, man, this is like current day Alfred Hitchcock. That's what this is. I don't remember what it was, but we just got done with I think maybe the second or third episode with the dude that makes the aliens, and um, he's doing the autopsies. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't even know what the name of the series is. All right, Balarkey, let's take a look at it, man. I know I'm talking more than I'm looking. I really think. I mean, this is really like the third retest of on AMC around like 583, 584 range. And if I was going to draw something on here, I would probably do something along the lines of this. Um, Actually, the Fibonacci retracement's already in there. All I got to do is just draw from the bottom going up. And essentially, what this is it's going to show you. This is going to show you a bullish triangle that's in here. And when it does break the bullish triangle, usually it's on the fourth attempt, right? So we got 1, 2, and then you got your fourth attempt or third attempt right here. I'm all 1, 2, 4. It's 1, 2, 4. This is 1, 2, 4. It's gonna come down off of this probably one more time, and then maybe retrace back to 5. Could retrace back to as far as 558 before maybe potentially trying to pull back and break through finally. I don't know how far down it's gonna go. I really don't know. If it does come down, it might test like 560, 560, 558, somewhere around there. But it does look like a little bit like a bullish triangle. Then in regards to Ape, I mean this downright, I mean this is like, I mean this doesn't get any more cup and handle shape than this. That's pretty. And this actually may have already been the pullback on the handle too, right here. So on this one, let's assume for a second here that this is actually a cup and handle on Ape. And the shorter term cup would have been from this point right here up to this point, and then you got the pullback close to halfway the distance, and then you've got the rise. The rise would let's see where the rise would take this to. Top being 1.844. Minus the bottom, which is going to be 1.17 divided by 2 plus 1.844. 2181 or 218. 218 would be the number. That's really darn close to making it to the top side of this other side over here, which would be the completion of like the larger size cup. So we could be looking at like a 218 range potentially on this. Well, I can't see what you guys are seeing. What are you seeing? Okay, you can see it. Okay, cool. Yeah, we could be on our way to 218 on Ape. I mean, I'm not saying today, but it looks like we could be heading in that direction. The fact that we're already breaking past 180, we really need to break past 184, and we're at 183 right now. So this is going to be like the key moment right here that we're really looking for is breaking past that one. It's that 184 is a big number. It's if we can break past that and stay past it, it's going to be really really good for momentum. Yeah, we got to break past 184 and stay above it, and then really continue to drive through there. Yeah, Nick says Cabinet of Curiosities on Netflix. That's the one. You know what I was talking about. It's really good. My wife started it, but I was like, we were watching a little bit of Walking Dead, and then, it was her turn to take over the TV because I was going to bed, and she's got to stay up all night that night for work. And so she started watching that. What'd you call it again? Cabinet of what? Cabinet of Mysteries? Curiosities. Cabinet of Curiosities, and so I actually got sucked into it and started watching. It was pretty decent. I liked it. It was pretty fun. Myself says, well, if we have seen the bottom, does that mean that the financial system apocalypse is off the table? I don't think so. Pirateborn 200 says, fear is watching the swimmer cling to the buoy as the shark approaches in Jaws. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Or the person running away with somebody carrying a chainsaw, and like you never know where the chainsaw guy is gonna pop out next. Not necessarily the popping out portion, but just knowing that you can hear the chainsaw and it's getting closer. Or, I don't know, something like that. That's fear. Batter says, Casey, something funny. AMC today on the 5-minute chart looks like the 1 hour chart since the 12th of January. Yeah, somehow they're still managing to do it though, Manjit. Good old boys barbershop says fear is passing wind when you get to a certain age after a night out. I don't know what that's like, good old boys. I'm gonna take your word for it. But I appreciate you letting me know what my future has in store for me. That doesn't sound like fun. Pirateborn 200 says bad risk reward ratio barbershop. Good old boys. It's like, oh man. Yep. I particularly like sounds that make me afraid. There's very specific sounds that for some reason or another trigger me pretty good. Some of the things is like that, like whispering under maybe like crackling sounds, or like say for example, like they'll be listening to like static radio, and then all of a sudden you hear like a get out of my house. It's like, oh man, that stuff like gives me like raises my neck hairs. It's like, oh man, that's just creepy as hell. I don't know why. I don't know why that makes me just like so EBGB'd out, but I just can't stand that kind of stuff. Like it's like you hear stuff under static noises, and then another thing that really gets to me too is wait, I think I might be able to simulate it for you guys here. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can do this. It's those kind of sounds. It gets me every time. I don't know why, but it's like, why is a stupid creaking door so like, why is it so something that like totally makes me scared? I have no idea. I don't have any memories of creaking doors that scared me from the past. So why is it that a creaking door suddenly like scares me? And I just don't get it. I don't know. Oh, sorry, Mac and Bees. Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire. Tammy says, Casey, thanks. Now I have to throw away my white noise machine. I know, right, Tammy? Because you're gonna start hearing stuff now. Whenever you play, you'll like have that white noise going in the background, and then you'll start hearing stuff in it going like, "Kill you." You're just like, no, I didn't just hear something. And Mike says it sounds like you're taking a really long bong rip. Now you're really sounding like Bigums. That's funny. Keto says, old men with overgrown beards in an old van get me every time. Keto, only because I know you does that like make it even funnier. Because I think, yeah, that just makes it really funny for me. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's really funny. I am actually a big fan. Another thing you can do, Tammy, is get yourself, and I'm not trying to advertise it or anything, so I guess maybe I'll just keep it generic. Get yourself a good fan that you can put up on your bed. You don't gotta blow it straight at you, but put a fan up near your bed and turn on the fan. That makes great noise. Trust me, I'm a person who worked night shift most of my life, and I know all about white noise and needing things to kind of drown out the background noise and really kind of help with getting that really good rest during the daytime. And I tell you right now that a fan is probably one of the best things you can possibly do. And it doesn't even have to be pointed at you, just like have it pointing someplace else in the room. And Planet VVV says, thoughts on breaking out of the wedge. I think I wasn't really suggesting that I thought we were going to be breaking out of the wedge just yet. And in fact, from what I'm looking at right now, I'm not quite seeing it on AMC just alone, but I feel like you do kind of have to look at like AMC and Ape together. Let me go back. Let me draw this back out here just a little bit and see if I've got this. I don't have wedge for that. So I'm just looking at AMC. I don't think we're quite there yet. But, if we do break out of the wedge, I do expect to see some price run for sure. Absolutely. It's the blinds in the windows that get me to jump every time. Tammy says, Casey, the sound that creeps me out is the kid in the poltergeist stuck in the TV. I know. I don't know why. Ooh. Myself throwing those low blows for Justin Bieber. Sorry, that was my attempt at a joke there myself. A return joke on yours. Yukon. All right, it is time to take a look at our numbers here. All right, here we go. Starting to head over the other page here. Remember, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Also, let me move this page over here. Also, let's see if I have to give you the speech here. 1 second. And huh, it's weird. Fidelity is being awfully weird about giving out the information. Right now. 1 second. I'm going to try refreshing this one more time. There we go. No two-factor authentication speech. Let's take a look at what we got going on with these numbers here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 62% of our volume going through total between off exchange and EDGX to be going through those exchanges. And let's see what we've got going on here. We've got off exchange at 63.15 and EDGX at 10.17. Grand total 73.32%. That's about what did I just say? 62? Yeah, 62. Or no. Yeah, 62. 62. Wait, hold on a second here. 62, 63, 63. Yeah, that's right. So we're about 11.32% higher than where we should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is once again elevated on AMC with 1.09% of our daily volume going through, which is 160,000 shares on AMC. That is 0.82%, or not 0.82, 0.82% of our 30-day volume normally goes through there. So this is elevated by like almost 0.3%. On Ape, I know I said that like all kinds of backwards. On Ape, off exchange is 66.18% and EDGX is at 8.29. Combined total 74.47%. That's 12.47% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume normal. On GME, CHX volume is below normal, and on HYMC, CHX volume is below normal. Vortex. As of an hour ago, Ortex was reporting 760,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. It's now 406,000 shares. That's going to slightly decrease that estimated short share interest of the free float down to 21.99%. Cost per min is at 192.86, average 241.71, and max 304.94. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 177.27 million shares. Day over day, that's 1 million shares less on loan than the previous trading day. And Ortex is estimated that about 362,000 of that was in closed short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago on Ape, there was approximately 509,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 779,000 shares. That's going to have the impact of raising that short share interest in the free float to 5.35%. Cost to borrow average at cost to borrow minute 7.26, average 8.58, and max 9.87. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down 900,000 shares in those shares on loan day over day to 26.22 million shares. In the options, highest amount of volume for call options is currently at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was 12.9 thousand contracts. There's now 31.1. Massive amounts of volume rolling in on the options here. And on the puts, we've got highest amount of volume at a $5 strike. An hour ago, it was 6.8 thousand contracts. There's now 25.1 thousand contracts. There is a lot of volume kicking in right now. And I'm going to look a little bit ahead here, guys, into next week because I want to see how much those are increasing by. And the volume is up on those, but not nearly as much as they are for this week. So most of the positions, most of the current volume is coming from this week's options chain. So taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $7.64. Still increasing. We did find a little bit of that resistance there at $7.66, 65, 66 cents, and it kind of bounced off of it once. We may be bouncing off it a second time here shortly before breaking through and perhaps seeing 783 as the next level of resistance. It does seem like there's a very strong level of support there. I don't know if this is that does look a little bit like we might be in an ascending parallel channel. Let me get rid of these and draw that out just in case. That's not what I want. This is typically a bearish indicator. When it does break out going down, it should, which oftentimes does happen to be where you have levels of resistance, kind of like here, or maybe even over here. Or sometimes it'll break through there and actually come down in between them. You never know where it's going to be exactly, but sometimes these do kind of, wherever you find support and resistance, kind of lining up, you see consolidation that occurs and then the breakout going down. So those are kind of suggested points that you may see price coming back down at. I would imagine we're probably going to look at some of the other numbers here and see that there's probably a need for consolidation as the market's probably going to suggest some pretty high RSI going on right now. Orders by Fidelity customers. We haven't seen AMC, Ape, or GME on the top 30 most heavily traded stocks for the day today. Let's see if that's still the case. Nope, not on there. SSR would trip today at $4.97 for AMC. Ape would be at 1.566. Shares available to borrow is still at 0. They did borrow another 5,000 shares out of the ETFs. and 97.3% was the last known fees. If they're already starting to borrow out of the ETFs for the day-to-day guys, I can almost guarantee you they're going to end up borrowing the rest of these shares, which means that they're going to be pressured into closing out more positions to make more shares available before tomorrow, or otherwise facing probably some pretty high price rises. So watch for that to happen. These ETF shares to disappear sometime before the end of the day is over. So far for the day today, we've seen borrow about 400,000 shares. We've seen, and I say them, and it's just whoever is borrowing. NASDAQ is up 1.86%, Dow Jones is up 0.7%, and the S&P 500 is up 1.16%. We currently have 4,371 advancers to 2,174 decliners. The market's less advancing now than it was an hour ago. And we've got Ethereum Classic currently down 0.13. The US dollar is currently up 0.09. WTI or oil is up 2.21. Mortgage-backed securities down anywhere from 0.28 to 0.32. It is super volatile today, guys. Really volatile. I'm not even going to try. SPY is up 1.2%. Volatile. I don't know what. Volatility. I have problems. VIX is down 1.01%. VB is up 1.04. VBR is up 0.86. Tesla is up 6.48. Amazon is down 0.03. Cinemark is up 1.68. Doge is down 0.19. Bitcoin is up 0.73 at 22.8 a coin. GME is up 9.89. HYMC is down 0.8. Hood is up 1.31. CS is up 0.6. NCMI is down 1.12. Ape is up 5.08. And AMC is up 3.8%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, there's approximately $1 or $2 million more inflow than outflow. And 16.97 million shares traded after 162 minutes of trading for the day, putting us on a pace for 40.85 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. It's starting to, the wave volume is starting to kind of pick up right now. It's starting to look like 10 to 30 million might be an under prediction, but I've never had a problem with being under. It's just over. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 61.47, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, and RSI at 60.28, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 65.29, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.76, which is pretty much average. RSI is not really as hot as I thought it was going to be on AMC. So AMC really has the ability to be able to move up more if it needs to or if it wanted to. Ape, on the other hand, let's see how that one's doing. About $100,000 more inflow than outflow for the day today. 11.1 million shares traded after 163 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 26.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. I don't think we'll have a problem hitting that. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 67.95, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 63.83, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 63.18, which is above average. And a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 47.77, which is slightly below average. There's actually plenty of room for AMC and Ape to still continue to move upwards. I don't see RSI as being needing to cool off much more before seeing more price movement. Like some of this current consolidation is not necessarily I don't know. I don't know. I was going to say something and then I was drawing something out and lost track of what it was I was going to say. All right, let's see what we got here. Javi says, what do you think right now about AMC? Another day, another dollar, man. I'm not gonna start jumping up and down for joy until I start seeing some absolute out of control running prices with circuit breakers getting tripped all the way up. Slider says 575 is the 236 fib retracement and the 200 EMA on the 4 hour break and hold of that I think would be very bullish. You said 575? Yeah, I've got 580 as being where there's gonna, breaking through that, I think, and holding above that would be very, very bullish as well. I agree. So earlier this morning, and this may be what Belarkey is referencing, he's saying, Casey, could it be that did last week's bunch of consolidation, then big breakout? Same it looks like. Wait, what? Could it be that it did last week a bunch of consolidation, then big breakout? Same it looks like. I mean, I still think that you need to have. I still think that you have to have a double bottom, but it doesn't necessarily have to be as low as you could have a slant. I mean, look at the Wyckoff pattern, right? Hold on a second here. I'm pulling it back up. I don't have it. I don't have it here. Do I have it in a picture? What have? Oh no, that's not it. You don't have to have a retest of a bottom exactly, right? Like you can see. Son of a gun, I'm not gonna be able to draw this. You can see upwards diagonal motion on your double bottom, right? It doesn't have to be exactly at the very bottom. So if we were to see like a sideways, like if I pulled AMC back out to the daily, if we were to see a sideways momentum drop on this, the question would be, is okay, well, how far would it have to be to get some kind of like some kind of momentum price point to see that, right? Like where if I drew a kind of a similar sideways angle on this, right? Where would that be? Could it be like something like this? So where price basically um, moves down, comes up. I mean, we still haven't on the daily. Uh, we haven't breached that number yet. But could price come back down and then maybe do like some kind of a U-shaped thing over here, right? And then heading back upwards, right? And then doing one more retest and taking off very similarly like that Wyckoff chart pattern that I just put up there. Is that a possibility? And absolutely it is, in my opinion. I think this is a very strong possibility that you could see something like that. I don't know where that price point's going to be at, and time plays a part into that, but where does the double bottom come in at? You got to have some kind of double bottom, and I don't see anything on here that tells me. I mean, you could be looking back as far as um, October and say that this is the double bottom here, but we went down more. So there's been no bottom from this bottom here. I don't think that I don't see a double bottom there. I just don't. So at some point we're going to see this retrace. I just don't know how much. And I think it'll be before it breaks that wedge that I've got drawn out there. We're not quite there yet. Like this really big wedge, this daily wedge from going back to all the way back to September of 21 to current. Like we're not ready to break that wedge just yet. Like we're getting close, We're really, really, really getting close, but you're gonna have to see that retest, and so you're looking at like maybe like breaking out over here somewhere, right? Like coming back down and then breaking out that wedge. It's not. I don't think it's this week. I just don't. The main point here though is not, don't rush it. It'll happen when it's going to happen. You don't have to worry about it. Pirate born 200 years too late says, Casey, I've had the same profile pic for years, but for today only I will use my real face. What the hell is that? Who is that guy? That's quite the face you got going on there. It's pretty cool, man. Nice, nice. Looks like somebody I know. Chris Griffin says, I just want to fish. Hey, fish have feelings too, man. Um, Captain Awesome, how's it going, man? Brian says twins, twinsies. Um, Belarkey says, are you nervous to shave the beard? Hmm. I am a little apprehensive, maybe. I don't know what the word is. You ever do you ever, I don't know if you ever played baseball and like you had like the perfect glove that was broken, and you didn't think that there was like any way that any glove could ever be better than the one that you had, and then you upgrade to a new glove that's better, maybe more expensive, maybe has some finer leather or something like that, and then you realize what it was that you forgot that you were missing out on, or you didn't know you were missing out on. That's kind of what I would probably liken it to. Is like I feel like I've forgotten what it's like to have a clean face, and maybe I'm a little afraid to go back to it. but but I don't know. I couldn't source a Kansas City Chiefs hat on short notice. Is that really a picture of you? That's crazy. I can't make it out very well. It's really, really small. I'll show you what it looks like on my screen. This is what I see. This is the size of what it is that I see, so I can barely make out what it is that you got going on there. Let's blow this up a little bit. This isn't going to really help much, but I can't I can't tell, man. I can't tell. It's like too pixelated. I don't know, man. Mediocre, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Brian says like breaking in a new wife. Uh, okay. I don't know if I agree with that. I'll let you stand on that box, Brian, all by yourself. How's that? Dr. Zeno says when the beard is gone, you will lose your wisdom and be just another schmuck. Doctor, to be honest with you, I think you're right. I really think you're right, actually. I don't doubt what it is you're saying. Pirate says, "Take it on faith. If you need a stunt double, I got you." All right, sounds good, man. How's it going, mediocre? Good to see you. All right, guys. Speaking of wisdom, I think it's time for break. Because that's why a wise man once said, "You must break wind at all costs." Let's see here. Let me put up a message. Mediocre's all like, "Hey, I just showed up. What the hell?" Yeah. Sorry, dude. This is when I normally take my breaks. Is right about now. I go around like 11:20, 11:30 ish. Central Standard Time, which would be like, I guess, like your lunchtime. But it's nice. It's nice because you're your own boss though, mediocre, and you really get to make your own hours, right? I mean, I would think. I don't know. That's what I thought that anyways. Let's see here. It looks like AMC might be getting really, really close to being done with consolidation. And might get that next break up here any minute, going into potentially maybe testing that, breaking through that 580 range, really nice and nice and hard. You know, you know what I mean? You know, like real hard. Like, let's see what Bobblehead Ross has to say about breaking it real hard.
Anything that you try and you don't succeed, if you learn from it, it's not a failure.
That's not the one I wanted him to say, but oh well. I wanted him to do the one where he was like kind of creepy sounding right about here. Oh well. I'll see you guys in a bit. I'm going to take a break and I'll see you at 12:10 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So I see a lot of people are saying like questions about Food Dog. Food Dog hasn't been banned from the channel or anything like that. He hasn't been neutered from the channel. It's just he's not here. So I don't know why people keep bringing it up, but they do. Let's see here. Jabib says everybody needs a break so often. Actually, somebody was saying last night he was in Tony's and Messalorians. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't like what I have to say anymore or something. I don't know. It's okay, guys. Like nobody has to like stick around like that. I don't hold people hostages here or anything like that. So if people just want to continue, if they want to move on to something different or they don't like something I said, then you know that's their own prerogative. I mean, maybe he's got a different schedule and he just can't listen or something. I don't know. It could be something really simple. But the fact that he's not here, I don't think represents anything specific. It's just he's not here. Let me see here, guys. Casey, why do cold-hearted? I'm not cold-hearted. I'm just saying, like he doesn't have to be here. Like the idea that he has to be here or something is like so strange to me. Why do you think he has to be here? Like it doesn't. That's his choice. He can come and go where he chooses. He can choose to be here or he can not choose to be here. I'm not I'm not being cold-hearted. I'm being factual. It's like you don't have to be here, Yucca, and nobody has to be here. If they want to be here, then they can choose to be here. It's not a cold-hearted thing. It's just if he just chooses to not be here, then he chooses to not be here. I don't. I really don't understand what the. I don't understand the need for. Um, it's like it's either one thing. It's either you are or you aren't. And if somebody just chooses to one day not show up, then they don't show up. Dr. Zena says, "Don't worry, Shaw. Just 4 or 5 more years you can to go, and you can stop." I mean, look, like Oland had he got banned somehow. I don't even know how it happened, Oland, quite frankly, but somehow Oland got banned from the thing and asked Pam the Trader if I could look into it, and so I looked into it and immediately removed it and made sure that he was able to talk. But I don't know. All right, let's take if you love him, set him free. I mean, it's like, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and like, if people are saying so. Here's the difference, Yucca. People were missing Arthur. I know a lot of people were missing Arthur for a little bit, and a lot of us noticed that we didn't see him around anywhere. So I reached out to Arthur and I sent him a message. I was like, "Hey, dude, what's going on? You have everything okay?" Because nobody saw him anywhere. Nobody was really seeing him anywhere. So I reached out to him to find out what was going on. In Food Dog's case, it sounds like he's being seen places, but it's just not here. So that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. No, Yucca's not in trouble. I'm just saying. I don't know why I keep bringing it up. It's like, I mean, he's around. You can find him. Go visit Tony and Mass's live stream. He was apparently in there yesterday, so that's where you'll find him. Let's go ahead and take a look at the numbers, guys. It is time, and let's see what's going on here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could be something that would help somebody from getting into your account. When you do decide to try out two-factor authentication, make sure you put in a secondary code to be able to access from a secondary device in case something happens to your primary. And let's see here. Also, while you're at it, would be probably a really good idea to start taking pictures at least weekly of your portfolio and saving it with the screen date that you took the picture, the date of the picture, and putting it into a folder or a file someplace on your desktop or your phone or whatever. And then if you're not taking it at least weekly, or if I always say this backwards, take it daily. If you're not going to take it daily, take it at least once a week. That's probably not a bad idea to kind of just have access to those records. But let's take a look and see what we got going on here. I'm going to move a couple screens around. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see here. I got one more screen I got to move. This one. All right. Starting with off exchange. Off exchange, normally by this time of the day, I would expect somewhere around 63% combined between off exchange and EDGX. For AMC, we're currently showing 60.76% through off exchange, EDGX at 10.22. The combined total on that's 70.98%. That's 7.98% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is definitely elevated for the day-to-day. Our normal 30-day average is 0.85. We're at 1.88% of our volume. It's 390,500 shares. Quite a few shares in there. 390. That's pretty high. Taking a look at Ape. 66.18% going through that off exchange. EDGX at 8.29. Combined total 74.47%. That is 11.47% higher than normal. CHX volume, on the other hand, is trading right where it normally does. GME has CHX volume that's lower than normal, and HYMC has CHX volume that is lower than normal. Taking a look at Vortex. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 406,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 859,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 22.02%. We have cost per borrow min at 192.86, average 245.77, and max at 304.94. We do have shares on loan down day over day by 1 million shares. Vortex is estimating about 362,000 of that was in closed short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago on Ape, there was approximately 779,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.21 million. It's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 5.38%. The cost per borrow minute 7.26, average 8.12, and max at 9.87%. The shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 26.22 million shares. That is 900,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And taking a look at options. Oops, what did I just do there? Taking a look at the options, highest amount of volume for this hour is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was 31.1 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 36.6. And on puts, highest amount of volume at a $5 strike. There was 25.1 thousand contracts in volumes for the day. It's now 27.1. The market is still indicating a closing price somewhere between $5 and $6 before the end of the day is over. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.69. I had mentioned earlier that oftentimes we tend to see the breakouts for consolidation going. This is a bearish channel, by the way. We oftentimes see the breakouts happen where there's points of resistance in like a Fibonacci retracement. And I placed two different ones, one here, one up here. And I said, or sometimes it'll just go right over one of my boxes and come out right down somewhere in the middle. So, if they try to get this thing to trade out sideways, if there's not enough downwards momentum in price, you may see it trade out sideways and not necessarily drive through one of the boxes. It happens. It's just kind of suggestive points at where it may break out. But as it stands right now, it is on the bottom side of this ascending parallel channel. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for here. GME is on the list here. They've got a 49% buy to 51% sell ratio. So not as good as I like to see at the 60-40 range. I don't know what AMC or GME's is, or AMC or Apes, because we don't have enough volume to really kind of indicate if we have more buying or selling pressure going on right now. But I don't know. Maybe when we see volume start spiking back up again, we'll see us on the list there, and we can see what's going on. Trigger price right now for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC would be at $4.97. Ape at 1.566. Neither of those have tripped for the day. Shares available to borrow, still the same as it was an hour ago. Let me just refresh this one more time, make sure. Yeah, still the same as it was an hour ago. 97.3% is the fees. And the NASDAQ is up 2.22%, Dow Jones is up 0.99%, and the S&P 500 is up 1.48%. We currently have 4,668 advancers to 1,898 decliners. The market is cooking with that bacon grease again, as it was a little bit more decliners an hour ago. There's like 400 less decliners, well, maybe 300 less decliners than there was an hour ago. So definitely cooking with that bacon grease right now in this market. Let's see how that Ethereum Classic's doing. It is up 1.07%. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently up 0.05. WTI, or oil, is up 2.21. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.23 to 0.24. SPY is up 1.53. VIX is down 0.96. VB is up 1.56. VBR is up 1.32. Tesla is up 7.67. Amazon is up 0.43. Cinemark is up 2.26. Doge is up 0.87. Bitcoin is up 1.85 at 23.1 a coin. GME is at 14.47% up. HYMC is down 1.06. Hood is up 1.73. CS is up 1.07. NCMI is down 0.82. Ape is up 4.89, and AMC is up 5.46%. Inflow versus outflow is about $2.3 million more inflow than outflow for the day-to-day. 22.12 million shares having been traded so far after, let's see, we're at 235 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 36.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. There's a very, very strong chance that my prediction is going to be just a bit on the low side for the day today. I'm guessing I'd guessed in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. It's very possible for us to get 31. I thought we might see a little bit less volume today, but that's not the case. We're getting a little more volume than I would have anticipated. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.44, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.64, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.2, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.16, which is average. On Ape, there's approximately $200,000, almost $300,000 more inflow than outflow. 14.46 million shares having been traded so far after 236 minutes of trading. And that puts us at about 23.89 pace for the day today. So 23.89 million shares, and I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 for the day. So we'll see how that works out. On the 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.89, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.42, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more. It's hard to say on this one. I'm going to go with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.19, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be a divergence on that indicator forming. An RSI currently at 45.79, which is below average, or slightly below average. We are testing currently on AMC this descending level of support that we've been having from earlier in the day. Kind of we kind of tested on that and found some support down here on this descending level of what was resistance and then became support now. So we're kind of seeing a little bit of consolidation happening on the back side of this here. Pretty unusual. Yeah, no, I don't have any. I'm just sitting here like thinking about the whole like Food Dog thing. I like Food Dog. I haven't had. I mean, he never expressed to me that he had any disappreciation of how anything that I said, or we've never had any conflict of interest where he any contact where he was like, dude, what the hell kind of thing or anything. So I don't know where he is, but I know people's schedules change. Sometimes their work schedules change. In fact, that's actually one of the reasons why Keto is not doing the price predictions right now. Keto's got his schedule changed up on him, and he asked if I could get somebody else to fill in for him. I was like, yeah, absolutely, no problem. So sometimes people's schedules change. Maybe he got caught at work with an earpiece in, and somebody told him, if he does it again, he's out of a job. Who knows? Dog crushed my movie trivia while you were on break. All right, well maybe he was in here then. Okay, cool. But yeah, I know he's around. I just haven't seen him. Oh, not today? Oh, okay. This is a while back. Thick says reverse repo for today is 2.135 Thrilly with 105 counterparties, previously 2.09 with 98 counterparties. So the counterparties is increasing, and that 2.135 is not a new high, but it is definitely increasing though. This week, Barry, it's only just AMC. Last week it was AMC and Ape combined because we had AMC 1 expirations that were that strike prices were ending on. The expiration date was the last Friday. Look, but Donkey Kong came in. So Donkey Kong wrote me a message and says, "Hey guys, just to let you know, I'm going to be disappearing." He was letting me know earlier this weekend too. He said, "Hey, look, I'm going on vacation. I'm going to be away for about 4 weeks." So, and I told him, "Thanks for letting me know," because people always ask where everybody's at when they suddenly disappear, and it's like, I don't know, I don't know what's going on. So yeah, I appreciate that, Donkey Kong, for letting everybody know. Because everybody starts, Casey, where's so and so? It's like, I don't know. I'm not their owner. I don't own these people. You guys have your own lives and your own things to do. I do check on you guys on occasion if I feel like they're, like just disappeared off the face of the earth, but Yucca's throwing more jokes out here. Am I paying Donkey Kong for his time off? Actually, I think he's paying me for his time off. I actually gave him. I'm not gonna say where he's going because I don't know if that's open for the public to know or not. But I did tell him. I told him a little tidbit about what I know about that area, and I was like, look into this. And gave him some information, but he was like, nah, not doing that. SC Formula says, don't worry, I will disappear in 2 weeks. Oh, okay, SC Formula. Oh, that's always been low like that, Barry. Actually, the number of likes right now is right about usual. This is pretty typical. But I've never ever based the content that I put out based off of any kind of likes. In fact, I think we were having a talk about that the other day. Me and Pantheon and a couple other people that were in a group chat, and he asked me when was the last time I actually looked at my likes, and I was like, I don't know. I really don't look at it. but I think this is pretty normal though. If you go back and you look at any of the other ones, I was actually surprised because after Pantheon asked me about it, I went to go take a look at it to see what was going on, and with some of the because I apparently didn't know. Let's see. Let me click on videos. Oh, live. There we go. No, I got to go over here. Let's see here. Customize channel. Content. Oh yeah, here we go. So to give you an example, on past live streams, like just to give you an example of some likes. So like last Friday, I only had 176 likes. I had 9 dislikes last Friday, which means I had a 95.1% like I guess ratio. Today is 95.9. I've already got 7 dislikes for the day today, and let's see, the day before Friday was 4 dislikes. Yeah, these numbers are pretty close to normal. I had 167 on 112. I'd say these numbers are pretty normal. Look, uh, you know, it doesn't bother me one way or the other. Don't even worry about it, guys. It's not a big issue at all. Dr. Zena says, Shaw, if I get the money I need from this, I'll send you a surprise hot crotch photo once a year for life. Hopefully on my birthday. John says, hey, Casey, how long can the hedgies survive this cost to borrow? I wish I knew their books, John. I really don't know. I really don't know. Caetano. McLovin, thank you, but don't ever feel like you gotta hit a like around here. It's really not. I don't really. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. The only reason I'm bringing it up because somebody else brought it up, and I'm saying it's not a big deal. MCon saying, are we about on course today? For what? What are we? I mean, seeing green on both AMC and Ape is probably always a benefit. It's always nice to see. I would like to see a little more volume MCon in regards to seeing price movement like this. I don't like seeing low volume increasing price. And as it stands right now, well, I guess on AMC it's not really low volume because it's kind of maintaining the volume. It's seen about 30 million shares like 3 trading days in a row. But Ape is decreasing, I think. Let me look and see here. Nope, Ape's not decreasing either. They're about the same. We've kind of got like level volume and increasing price. Because on Thursday last week we had 21.4 million, then on Friday we had 21.5 million. And today, I think we're averaging more than that right now, so we might even have slightly increasing volume. So it's not terrible. I just would like to see more volume. Maccabee says, are we on course for 2 weeks? Always. 4 million apes. I bet none are sending in paperwork. For what? Paperwork for what? Barry Electronics says 4 days until Occupy SEC. Do you think it'll help the cause? So we know media is not on our side, right? And if media is not on our side, then that means they get to report it however they see fit. I only see negative media coming out of this. If they don't, let's say for example that they have a very low showing, they're probably going to spin it as like apes don't have any more following anymore. All they could get was this small little crowd of people over here. If there's a lot of people that show up, then they'll probably be looking for some way to spin it as there being some kind of negative impact from the people who are there in some way or another. I don't know how they'll spin it, but we'll end up seeing. I don't have any faith in the media being a support for us through this. So I think that's one of the things that I probably would worry about the most is how's the media going to spin it, because that truly and honestly is going to be what's about. Is the general public sees the media, right? Like I can't tell you how many times I'll get a phone call from somebody who's out of the state saying like, how's that hurricane hitting you right now? Are you guys okay over there? And it's like, I don't see a cloud in the sky. And and it's like, just because the media talks about something, that feels like it's you think like, oh, Texas, I know somebody who's in Texas or whatever. It's not, it doesn't have to do with um like, I don't know. It's really just kind of one of those things where it's like if you hear something, that's what you're thinking about, and you're not really thinking about how big the size of the state of Texas is. you know, Depending on how the media decides to project what it is that's happening with um, and it's actually, I don't even think that, I don't think they even want to call it Occupy SEC anymore. I think they want to call it something else. I think they're trying to call it they want to try to get away from the whole like March or Occupy or any of that kind of stuff. And I think they're looking more to call it an educational, I forget what they call it, educational notice, or I don't know what that was. They're coming up with some other kind of way name because they know that the other names have negative connotations. So, but you know how it is. The media is going to call it whatever they want to call it. They can call it a grouping of conspiracy theorists or whatever. No, Hazel, that's in Washington D.C., not in Texas, unless he changed the spot that he's going to. But as far as I know, that's in Washington D.C. Myself said school trip. No, that's not what they're calling it. They're not calling it a school trip. I'm just worried. I'm worried how the media is going to portray it, and I can't see that they're going to spin it any way positive. Happy campers of Wall Street. Maybe they can call it the Bob Ross. Bob Ross. What do they call apes? They call ape kids. Bob Ross's kids. Maybe they just paint a nice little picture of Wall Street corruption. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they were saying that people can meet in some of the other locations, but they're not running those though. The location he's going to be at is in DC. Have you looked at the GME move today? I have not looked at it specifically. No, not. I haven't looked to see what the price movement was. Yep. I've heard people are attending. Marvin, Papa, we all won, man. It was play money, so we all had a good time, and I think most of us had a good time. You had to be there to know. Point Break Thor says, which one is Lou going to be at? Jerry's Kids. Well, it's Tanner says now let's add in a nice happy margin call over here to really add to the feel. I should say that in the Bob Ross voice, Tanner. Now let's add a nice little happy margin call over here to really add to the feeling. One of the things I was thinking when you said that, when I read that, Tanner, the thing that was kind of popping in my head last night as I was thinking about it was, what if all these guys are out there, and I don't want to call it a protest because it's supposed to be called something else now, and I wish I could remember what the heck it was that they were supposed to be calling it. Uh, Son of a gun, I can't remember what it is. Their get together. Let's just call it a get together for right now, because I can't think of what the other word was. But their little get together, was. I was sitting there thinking to myself, what happens if price really starts like? What if we start MOASsing? What if we MOASS and those guys are all standing out there and they have no idea what's going on? They're probably all looking at their phones, and the next thing you know, they just like all disband to rush back to their laptops and their hotels or whatever to. I was kind of thinking that a little bit last night. I was listening to some information that was being talked about on that, and got me wondering what would they do. Jabib says rally. I don't even know. They might have been calling it an educational rally. That might be right, Jabibs. You could be right on that one. No, that's not what it's called, Yucca I'm pretty certain that's not what it's called. Marvin says everyone whipping out their phones and run. Convocation of the tribe. Awareness. Yes, let's add that to what Jabib says. Rally awareness. Or awareness. Let's do it backwards. Awareness rally. That sounds better. That sounds way better. So, Blarke says volume coming in nicely. You want to see 250,000 shares a minute or higher. That's the key number that you want to see is 250,000 shares or higher a minute. Not yet, Savvy. I don't think so. Because if I put this out to the daily on this, you'll see here that we're pretty low compared to that wedge. I think. I don't think we're there yet. For today, we would have to break. AMC would have to break 716 to break the wedge. For tomorrow, it would be about $7. I think, and then maybe the day after that would be like 6.90. So figure about 7 cents down. The wedge goes down 7 cents every day, and today it's at 716. Gutsy says, what happens with the split with Ape? How many AMC will you receive back? Gutsy, it's supposed to be a 10-2-1 ratio, but I really think that we need to see the proxy first before we get a better idea. I mean that's what we're supposed to get is 10-1. So for every 10 that you have, well actually yeah. Actually, I'm mistaken what I'm saying. It's supposed to be 1-1. My bad. I'm not saying it right here. The reverse split is supposed to be 10-1. The actual shares that you have are supposed to be a 1-to-1 conversion. So, but I need to see the proxy though before before you can hold me to that. I want to see more information. It is supposed to be 1-to-1 though. Sorry, I don't know why I was saying 10-to-1. I was thinking about the reverse split. No, conversion is not 100-to-1. Pirate born. That's what happens when they've already been converted. They are already converted. Uh, when they go from a preferred share to a preferred equity unit, it's a 100-to-1 ratio. So they had, yeah, that 100-to-1 was for conversion from a preferred equity share to a preferred equity unit. You're having nightmares about the proxy. Uh, yeah, it should be able to come out here anytime soon. I'm kind of expecting like the end of this month, or maybe actually that's when I really think it's going to come out. Is really close to the very end of this month. If not then maybe mid-month February. But I'm just guesstimating. I don't know for sure. Umbilical cord says, I don't know why people waste their time with these protests. When's the last one that actually affected change? The answer is probably not a whole lot of them. But I think some people feel like they need to do something, and doing nothing feels like doing something is better than doing nothing. And that's their choice. If they want to do something, if they want to do something more than just what they feel is like nothing, um, then I guess that's what they're gonna do. Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't get the sarcasm. Sorry, it was right over the top of my head. Why is everybody asking me? I don't know where Food Dog is, Savvy. Don't know. The dog be pumping. Beeps. You guys are gonna drive me nuts with the where's Food Dog? Oh man, it's a conspiracy. It's rigged. Doug says Chat GPT can pass the U.S. medical licensing exam and the bar. Experts warn after the AI chatbot received a B grade on the Wharton MBA paper. Do you think Adam Aaron would delay the proxy if we are squeezing? I'm going to go with no. I'm going to go with a no answer on that. And I'll tell you why. Where's Jimmy Hoffa? Here's the reason why. I think, yeah, Pantheon says Jabibs was chatting with him on Randall Cornett's live stream last night. He's good. Here's the thing. I think, and I don't know for sure, but I think that Adam Aaron, part of the reason why he wants this proxy to go through and actually get a vote on this is he's trying to secure a safe future for AMC, and there would be no reason to take back the vote for what it is that he's suggesting if the price is already starting to rip. In fact, it would be even, in my opinion, it would be even more of a reason to push the vote through, because it gives him the ability to be able to have control as we're changing our positions, and I think that's important in his eyes. And in a sense, it's probably I kind of view it as being a little bit important too. I think it is important for him to be in control after a squeeze. Jabib says it's a joke. It's a running joke in here today because everybody keeps asking. It's been like all day long. Hold on a second, I got a cough. It's been all day long, like constant, like where's Food Dog? I feel like Food Dog told everybody he wasn't gonna be here, and then like it was like everybody would conspire to like everybody asking me where's Food Dog at to see what I would say. I was like, you should see me. You should have heard me earlier, Pantheon. I was like, I'm not his owner. I'm not his owner. He's not a dog to me. He's his own man. He does what he wants to do. He bees where he wants to be. Just, I was getting tired of the questions. Like, I don't know where he is. I don't know where Food Dog's at. People talking to him apparently other places. That's fine. Oh man, I was losing it. I was losing my mind. I was like, man, I keep getting asked this question. Sam says he's trying to secure a safe future for AMC, but he let Ape get shorted down to 66 cents before selling shares. That doesn't fit the narrative. But that's Sam. That's if you're assuming that the sell of those shares at 66 cents wasn't a massive attempt to try and create to get that I always forget the name of this. I don't know why. Selling syndicate. It always seems to escape my mind on that. You're assuming that a selling syndicate wasn't created for the 100 something million shares that he sold for that, which is going to cause that T90 crap that people were putting out when we first converted over. Well, that crap wasn't a thing because there was no share offering into the marketplace. There was no T90 because there was no shares sold at the time, but there is now, right? When he sold those shares in the marketplace, that did set us up for a T90. So when he sold those 100 million shares, I think he knew exactly what it was he was doing. And to release the proxy information a month after he sold those shares into the marketplace, I think he knows exactly what it was he was setting up the hedge funds for here. And it's looking like a massive disaster, just like a massive amount of pain here. So I know it seems like a really bad move to be selling like a lot of shares at 66 cents, but I think he did that for a very specific reason. Cost to borrow on Ape Jeff is, hold on one second. Oh shoot, that is Ape. You're looking at Ape right now. It's at the average is 8.12. I had it set up on the wrong one. Sorry about that. It's on AMC now. Hey, Highway Frog. Happy fishing. Good luck. John Connor says, "Do you know what caused an increase in debt from 1.95 billion to 4.44 billion in Q3 2016 to Q4 of 2016?" I think part of it is they were starting to lose a little bit of their business to a lot of the streaming stuff services that started happening. And I think that what you ended up having is now that they're showing that they're not making nearly as much money as they could have been making through movie theaters. I think that you're seeing that the movie theaters are starting to turn back around the other direction. I know, I haven't really done like a huge breakdown on it. Oh, there we go. Pantheon's already in here as to where that came from. But I know people like Pantheon have done extensive research on that and can provide that information. And he's telling you right there, if you go look at his episode 89 from March 15th, 2022, Let me, you know what? I could probably link them straight to it here, Pantheon. Give me 1 second. Actually, you probably could too, but I'll pull it up and see if I can't find it. Move too fast. Let's see. How do I search this? It was number 83, you said? Episode 80. Hold on a second. 80. 89. I'm almost there. There we go. Got it.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Pantheon.
Whoa.
In episode 89, we're going to take a look at the history of AMC.
Whoa. Okay, Pantheon, that is not, like, there's some drastic difference between episode 89 and some of your later videos, because that microphone does not sound like the one I'm used to hearing. It sounded like you were talking in a bathroom. What's going on there? I don't think I've ever...
Specifically, we're going to get into the debt history of AMC. There's been quite a few people asking the question to me, how did AMC get from $2 billion in debt
It literally
to
sounds
over
like you're in like a
$5.5
pantry
billion
or
in debt?
bathroom or something like that. Like, it's really weird. But anyways, yeah, there's the link for you right there. Sorry about that, Jeff. I apologize, man. Yeah, David, if you go back, I'm probably not going to go over covering it this morning. I think I do, usually I cover the title for the day in the very beginning of the morning, and I also cover it after market opens. Go to the very first one, so like maybe about like 7 minutes into the start of the live stream. Just rewind back to 7 minutes into the start of it and watch that one, because that was probably the better of the two presentations that I gave on is it possible to prove naked shorting. I think the first one was way better than the second one. I started going off on like weird tangents on the second one. I don't know why, but none of my stuff is ever pre-written out, guys. I wing it. I wing it all the way through, and the reason I wing it is because for me, if you're going to teach something to other people, I feel like you need to be able to. If you don't know your information, then you can't teach it. And so I try to wing things because I know that if I know what it is, the information is that I'm going to be talking about, then and it's something that I don't have to rehearse like some kind of like prepared speech for you guys every single day, because it's something that I just know. And I went on some weird tangents on the second presentation, which was kind of weird, but I would go to the first one. Oh, there it is. Doug says, as a result of its acquisition of Carmike Cinemas. I did not know that. Sam says, it sounds like someone has Pantheon held hostage. Carmike Cinemas was financed in part by issuing new debt and taking on additional borrowing, which caused AMC's debt levels to rise, decline in attendance, competition from streaming services. So I got half of it right, it sounds like. Now Yukon's over here busting my balls. And DJ and Yukon. Sorry, not Yuka, Yukon. Tendies Plus Plus says 4 days until my 2-year anniversary. I'm actually a few days behind you. I think my first purchase, let me go back and look at, well, I can't do that. I think my first day in was on the 27th or the 28th of GME. And I think the 29th was my first day in on AMC. I'd have to go back and review. the data, but I'm pretty sure that was like it was. I think that it was either the 28th or the 29th was the first day for me on AMC. But it was only I was waiting for I was actually getting into GME on the 27th. Worst day ever to get into it. I got in at like I think it was 300 and I want to say it was 350. 350. No, I had to be 325. I think it was $325 a share on GME, and then I only bought just a couple of shares. I think it was like two or three. No, it was two shares of GME, and I was waiting for some funds to settle before I purchased the rest into GME. And while I was waiting for those funds to settle, I started looking at some of the other options that were being talked about in Wall Street Bets. And I started doing a little bit of research, doing some DD, and that's when I decided that the remaining portion of my money was instead of going into GME, I was going to go into AMC. I kind of felt like that was a better position in my opinion, and so that's where I decided, that's I'm gonna head on over that way. Just out of curiosity, what's the why the interest in where the debt came from? I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say the exact same thing, Pantheon. I just read what you wrote there. It wasn't Adam Aron's decision. He was told to buy the theaters as an aggressive expansion decision by Wanda. Wanda couldn't absorb the debt, but AMC's balance sheet was clean. Yeah, Wanda had ownership at the time. Roadster guy says the GME elitists will not be happy with you, Casey. Oh boy. Well, I'm sorry, but I did my due diligence and long term, especially when I talk to my kids and stuff like that, and I look at what it is that they're interested in. They don't really give two craps about going to GameStop to buy games anymore. Not like I was when I was younger. They don't have any desire to go there to pick up games when they could just download it on the internet. And it was kind of one of those things where I was sitting there going like, okay, well, what's going on here? Is this going to be a good long term play? In case something doesn't pan out. And that's when I made the decision that no, movie theaters are still going to stick around for a while. They're going to recover after COVID just fine. I think I'd rather have my money invested in a company that has, a better potential future than GameStop. And unfortunately, GameStop has not been able to turn around their bleeding. Even to this day, even after they took on a whole bunch of extra money through a dividend that caused quote unquote dilution, right? The company removed all their debt. They were able to get out of debt, but now they still are bleeding off money every single quarter. It's like I quite frankly really want to see them come up with. I know GameStop has the potential to become a money maker, but the leadership group that they have right now is not doing the job that they need to do. that company could be completely a great money-making company. They just literally need the right people running that company who has like the ability to be able to see the future and see or understand what they need to do to turn it around. And unfortunately, I just don't see that happening. Maggie said, "No, Maggie, we barely spent hardly any money at all. We spent more money on, or I think is maybe even just as much money on our investment in. I can't think of the actress's name right now off the top of my head, but you know, we spent as much money on the lady that did the movie thing. Why can't I think of her stinking name? I always forget it. I don't know why. But yeah, they hardly spent that much money, Maggie. Yeah, Nicole Kidman. Thank you. I couldn't think of her name. I always forget it. Plague says one can go to Target or Mayhear or Walmart for games. Yeah, that was the other thing too, Plague. Like I legitimately, well, not for the used games, but for a brand new game, I would actually rather go to Target or Walmart because oftentimes you can find it for just a tad bit less than what you would have paid at GameStop, right? So the only place I was ever going to GameStop was to buy used games, and my kids wouldn't even go. They wouldn't go at all. In fact, actually, the only reason that we go to GameStop anymore is that my youngest son, who's well, how old is he now? I guess I have to do math in my head. He just had his birthday. That's why it's hard for me to remember. I think it's 12. Let's see here, 10, 12. Did he just oh, he just turned 13. Damn, he just turned 13. He's 13 years old, and the only time that we ever go to GameStop is to buy Pokemon cards. He didn't even buy games. He just wants to buy Pokemon cards or Pokemon sets, uh, and he buys them there because they have some of the sets that he wants. That's it. That's the only reason. Yeah, Jack, I can't. I can never. I'm really bad with names, Jack. Super, super bad with names. So, yeah, you have to forgive me. Sometimes people will be like, "Who's your favorite actress?" And like now I'm challenging myself and I can't even. I always forget her name. And it's my favorite actress, but I can never remember her name. I'm just really bad with names. Well, the only reason that AMC is even hemorrhaging cash is because of our debt, though. And so that's what you have to look at is that if the debt's gone, if it's removed, if it's no longer a factor, the company's no longer bleeding money. So that's the difference between AMC and GME is GME doesn't have any debt left and they're still bleeding out. And that's the problem, right? Like I mean inherently that's the big problem here. The only remaining short thesis on AMC that's left whatsoever is that debt, right? Once that debt is gone, they are absolutely screwed in a short thesis because there's nothing left. Shorting against GME, on the other hand, is still happening because of the fact that they are still bleeding, and they have to get rid of that bleeding. If they can't get rid of that bleeding, then that company's still at risk. And trust me, man, more than anybody, I want to see that company saved. I really do, but they're gonna have to get somebody in there who's willing to make changes to the company that actually is gonna save it. Right now, what they're doing, it ain't gonna work. Jack, I seriously can't think of my. I'm still trying to think of her name. I still can't think of it. My favorite actress's name. It's gonna bother me. Hold on a second here. I have to just. I know what movies she's in. As soon as I see, all I have to see is just part of the name, and it's like I instantly know what it is. Halle Berry, hands down, one of my favorite actresses, and I can't think of her name. Look at that, and even Nana Ape was over here naming who it was before I could. Oh, Jabib's was. Umbilical Cord says I find the little spat between GME. I don't have any spat with those guys. I really don't. I wish as much success to GME shareholders as I do AMC shareholders. There is no spat for me, and I don't find it funny because I don't think that they understand that we're here to try and accomplish the same thing. Uh, and so I find AMC shareholders more receptive to there not being like any kind of spat, but they just keep coming over and crapping on AMC all the time. And I know why it is, but whatever. Sam, they're all, dude. They're all. Every single person that you look at on any board sitting anywhere has relationships with any of these big, um, with a lot of these different groups that are out there that are looking to influence or move a company in a direction that's going to benefit them. It doesn't matter where you look; it's all over the place. Like it's literally, it's I mean, it's like pointing at a fish. It's pointing at a pond full of fish and saying, "Look, a fish." I mean, that's what you're stating. I mean, because any board you go to of directors and you start looking into them, the links are everywhere, and it's just that's how it works, man. Those guys, they all get into these groups. They have contacts. They know people. That's the reason why they get on boards in the first place is because they have those contacts and they know people. um, it's just part of life, man. You have to understand that. If you don't get it, then you're just gonna and so you can sit there and you just point at a pond all day long and fish. There's a fish there. There's another fish. There's fishes everywhere. Yeah, it's a pond. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna find the connections. No, no, it's entirely true what I'm saying, umbilical cord. When you remove the debt, AMC is profitable. It's 100% factual. It's not if, it's when. When the debt is removed, our books are in the green. We are in the black. It's not red. We don't have red. We are in the black on AMC minus the debt, right? So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. When the debt is taken away, we are absolutely in the black here, and this company is a money-making company. But nobody wants to see that or hear that because we know that there's a lot of people who are here who are here to discredit the company and make it look like it's not, and it is. It is a money making company minus the debt. I hope so. Mindshift Mastermind says, but I do believe GME's got something cooking. I really, really hope so. Because I want to see that company turn around. I don't want to see it disappear. And the only way that's not going to happen is if they don't step up to the plate and actually start delivering ideas that change the company's business model. Otherwise, it's just going to keep on bleeding away. And I've got ideas, man. Let me tell you, I think there's tons of things that they can do. And if I can think of them, then I'm pretty sure these really smart, intelligent guys that were working the company that are way more smarter than I am can do it. So I really have a lot of faith in the fact that there's possibilities for GME going forward. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to, make it work. Tanner says it would be interesting if they tried outdoing online CD keys for games. Hold on a second here. Let me just see. I mean, okay, so I guess when you're talking about the keys, is that in reference to like computer game CD keys? Because I know there are some keys for maybe like early release games for like platform gaming, but I can't imagine that there's any CD. I've never really had a CD key for a game that I can think of on like a platform. Oh shoot. Did I miss the 1 o'clock numbers? I think I did. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta go through the numbers. Did I forget or did I miss it? What did I do here? How did I miss that? I went right through it and didn't even do it. Give me a second, guys. I gotta there's all that GME talk there. I never got to see it. Did anybody respond as to why they were asking about the debt that occurred? I was just kind of curious, like if that was ever responded to. Did I do the numbers or not? I can't remember if I did the numbers. Somebody tell me if I did the numbers. I feel like I did. No? Okay. All right, let's do the numbers. Taking you guys over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold that thought until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. We'll run through these numbers. I'll take my break, and then I'll come back. We do have movie trivia today. I'm not going to tell you what order it's going to be in, but the movies for this week that are going to be have movie trivia on is going to be John Wick, Beetlejuice, Beetlegeist, Titanic, Wizard of Oz. Those are the four. Not going to tell you which one's first. I'm just looking at what happened with price on right now. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. By this time of the day, I would expect about 64% going through the combination of off exchanges and CBOE EDGX. And let's see what we got right now. 60.48% going through off exchange on AMC, 9.89% going through EDGX for a grand total 70.37%. That is 5.37% higher than what it should be by this time of the day normally. CHX volume is elevated at 1.96% of our total daily volume. That equates to 493,000 shares traded so far through that exchange. On Ape, there is approximately 66.89% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.91. Combined total on that 74.8%. That's 10.8% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is normal. On GME, CHX volume is under normal, and on HYMC, CHX volume is almost non-existent. Taking a look at Ortex. I always kind of wonder like where those questions come from. Like why is somebody asking about debt from like 2016? I don't like it. Just kind of makes me wonder like what's that all about? Taking a look at total amount of shares having been borrowed for the day, it was 859,000 shares. It's now 1.49 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drive up to 22.06%. Cost to borrow mins at 192.86%. The average is 246.48 and max is 304.94%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 177.27 million shares. That's 1 million shares less on loan today than previously. Also, Ortex has estimated about 362,000 of that was in returned short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 1.21 million shares having been borrowed for the day. That has not changed. It's the same, leaving that estimated short share of the interest of the free float at 5.38%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.26, averaged 8.12, max 9.87, and shares on loan for the day today is 900,000 shares lower than it was the previous day, leaving us at 26.22 million shares on loan. Taking a look at the highest amount of volume for the day today, it's been at a $6 strike for AMC, putting our calls at 36.6 thousand contracts an hour ago and now at 39.5 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. It went from 27.1 thousand contracts to 29.7. Looks like market is still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $6 by the end of the day today. Oops, took you the wrong screen there. Taking a look at AMC and Ape. Combined, we are at a $7.67 price range. You can see consolidation occurring after it did drop out of the ascending parallel channel. Looks like we're getting a little bit of consolidation in here that may perhaps break out here probably pretty soon. I mean, we're really close down. If I could just take one of these boxes right here and just move it somehow, maybe if you want to move sometime. Yeah, there we go. Probably some really close. I mean, it's gonna be breaking out here pretty soon. But this wasn't like I know price came down on the bottom side of this trend here, but it didn't really it didn't really like fall too much. More or less just traded sideways right out of it. And but yeah, I think this is we'll probably see. Let's see where price is moving to. It looks like volume is slightly increasing over this period of time. Let's check and see what the regression trend looks like. It is heading down, but oftentimes when you see the regression trend pointing at the bottom, it breaks out to the top. So we'll see what ends up happening with this. Just do note that wedges are very difficult to figure out which way they're going to trend to. If I were to take this up to a much higher time interval, like a 1 hour or something like that, this would potentially look a little bit like a flag for the most part. So we may see the consolidation down in this box and then taking back off here. This box is anywhere from 14:29 Eastern Standard Time to 14:43. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only ones I'm looking for. GME was the only one on the list earlier. AMC and Ape not making the list, likely due to low volume. GME still on the list with a 49.5% buy to 50.5% sell ratio. It's not looking as good as I'd like to see for that buy-sell ratio, but it is in the top 30 most heavily traded stocks as of right now. Taking a look at SSR, would have tripped at $4.97 for the day-to-day on AMC. Ape would trip at 1.566. Shares available to borrow is 0. Still no change to the ETFs in the last hour, and fees were last seen at 97.3%. NASDAQ is up 2.03, Dow Jones is up 0.81, and the S&P 500 is up 1.23%. We have 4,467 advancers to 2,133 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, but currently, actually, I think it's about on track with where it was an hour ago. Not quite cooking with bacon grease right now, but close to it. Taking a look at the Ethereum Classic, it is up 0.49. US dollar is currently showing up 0.06. Oil is up 2.37. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.22 to 0.25, and SPY is up 1.23. VIX is up 0.2. VB is up 1.34. VBR is up 0.95. Tesla is up 7.9. Amazon up 0.05. Cinemark is up 1.77. Doge is down 0.18. BTC or Bitcoin is up 0.48. GME is up 11.01. HYMC is up 0.17. Hood is up 2%. CS is up 2.31. NCMI is down 0.86. Ape is up 2.29, and AMC is up 6.25. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $1.2 million more inflow than outflow. 26.74 million shares having been traded so far after 299 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 34.87 million shares traded by the end of the day today. There's a very high chance now at this point that we see volume break my 10 to 30 million prediction at the beginning of the pre-market this morning. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI or Vortex indicator crossover within the last hour, an RSI at 64.95, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.94, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.6, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.24, which is just slightly above average. Taking a look at Ape, let's see here. There's approximately $200,000 more inflow than outflow. Volume is at 19.82 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 300 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 25.76 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares traded. I think we'll still hit that. We did get a little bit of a bump up in volume here in the last last hour, basically, where we saw a bunch of volume come in, but it's not enough to break that 5 to 25 million prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.18, which is that is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.06, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's a divergence of the Vortex indicator occurring right now, with more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.21, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.68, which is below average. Let's see what we got going on here. Casey, this feels like deja vu. From what? When from when I did the numbers just a few minutes ago. I can't remember if I did them or not. I did them again because Blarkey said I didn't do them, so I did them again. That's all right. I don't care. When will he do the numbers? Alrighty, I'm gonna head to break, guys, and I will see you guys back here at 2:10. And let's see here. I don't know why you guys would be trying to cause me to go insane. Like that seems like the most insane. Like, yeah. Here's the guy who's trying to help us out for free. Let's make this guy go crazy. Why would you do that to me? That doesn't seem right. I don't understand. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.
First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Welcome to the Power Hour. I read just before I came back here a couple of people asking like, why are we going down in price? It's always the same thing, guys. It never ever changes. If you want to know what's going on with the market price and why we're going down, look at the bigger picture. Don't be walking around with blinders on, pretending like AMC and Ape are the only stocks out there at all. Look at the whole market, see what the whole market's doing, and see if it's if there's any kind of connection to it first. Because often, more times than not, we tend to move as the market moves. So just realize that it's not just AMC and Ape that's going down in value. It's across the board. Everything started moving down about the same time. This is where I was talking about earlier this morning about ETFs. This is really kind of one of the things that I've been trying to, kind of educate people into understanding that ETFs do help drive consolidated value across the board, downwards or upwards, and blocks, full on blocks of movement. But let's take a look at our numbers. It is time, so let's do that. I guess first I should toast. I don't know what to toast to here today. I don't have a toast prepared. Let me see. Who it's to toast to? I feel like sometimes I have to have something profound to say, and I don't. And so I guess what I'm going to toast to is to good drinks. To good drinks, especially ones called Adventurous Apes. I had 2 of these last night, by the way. Cheers. Well, I was playing poker last night with the guys and girls, guys and girls. I had 2 of those. That's 2 shots of tequila and 1 shot of Kahlua. So I was 6 shots in after about 2 hours of playing. So I guess that's what, 3 shots an hour? I guess that's not too much. But I was feeling pretty good. All right, awesome. Cheers to good alcohol. Sometimes you just gotta keep it nice and simple. To good alcohol. Cheers. It's good every time. All right. Let's see what our numbers look like here so we can get to movie trivia. Let's see if I got to give you guys a 2-factor authentication speech. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. It does not look like I have to give you a 2-factor authentication speech. No worries there. Alrighty, here we go. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see combined between off exchange and EDGX to see somewhere around 66% on a normally traded day. Off exchange is at 59.67%, EDGX at 10.21, the grand total 69.88%. That's 3.88% higher than what we would see on a normal day. So it's just slightly higher. The CHX volume has been definitely elevated at 1.72% of our daily volume, when we're used to seeing less than half of that. Less than half? That's the best way to say it. That's more than double than what we normally have, because we normally have about 0.85%. There's 495,000 shares, or about 500,000 shares, in traded through that exchange. Taking a look at Ape, 65.24% through off exchange, EDGX 7.8%, grand total 73.04%. Let's see here. We're looking at 7.04% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume non-existent. GME's CHX volume is pretty low, and HYMC's CHX volume pretty low. Taking a look at Ortex. What do we got going on here? An hour ago on AMC, there was 1.49 million shares having been bought. It's now 1.84 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short-term interest of the free float back up to that 22.08%. Cost of borrow mins at 192.86 million or percent, and average is 244.45% and max 304.94%. Shares on loan for the day today is down rather by 1 million shares. Ortex is estimating that 362,000 of that was in short interest that was closed out day over day, leaving our shares on loan at 177.27 million shares. Taking a look at borrowed change amount on Ape, it was 1.21 million for the last 2 hours, and it still is. Short share interest, the free float's at 5.38%. Cost per min at 7.26, average 8.12, max 9.87. Shares on loan for the day today is at 26.22 million shares. That's 900,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday or last trading day. Taking a look at the options. Largest amount of volume for calls for the day today has been at a $6 strike price. An hour ago, there was 39.5 thousand contracts. There's now 42.2. And on the puts, highest amount of volume has been at a $5 strike. There was 29.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 33.6. Market still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $6 by the end of the day today for AMC. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $7.47. I had a closing price for the day today around $5.40 for AMC and $1.90 for Ape. We'll take a look at those and see how close I got to those numbers. We are at that 747. We did break out of that wedge right about the time that I had said. Dropped through one level of support and then dropped through another level of support that you're not really seeing on the page right here. I had sent somebody a picture earlier where it was looking like it was dropping right through both of them. I don't have that on this page here though. You'll see it on Webull on AMC when we go over to that page. Oops. There we go. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape have not been on the list, but GME has. Let's see if they've managed to make it up on the list. With low volume, I imagine they probably have not. GME is still on the list here with a 49% buy to 51% sell ratio. Not the greatest, but I've seen worse. SSR trigger price for AMC for the day today is at $4.97. Apes at 1.566. Does not look like anything has changed as far as shares available to borrow in the last hour, and fees were last seen at 97.3%. NASDAQ is up 1.8%, Dow Jones is up 0.59%, the S&P 500 is up 1.02%. We have 4,183 advancers to 2,410 decliners. The market is more declining now than it was an hour ago. And we've got Ethereum Classic up 1.03%. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.11%. WTI, or oil, is up 1.88%. Mortgage-backed securities are now showing down anywhere from 0.26 to 0.28. SPY is up 1.02. VIX is up 1.31%. VB is up 1.19%. VBR is up 0.88%. Tesla is up 7.04%. Amazon is down 0.19%. Cinemark is up 1.49%. Doge is down 0.18%. Bitcoin is up 0.54%. GME is up 9.84%. HYMC is down 0.28%. Hood is up 1.68%. CS is up 1.88%. NCMI is up, or down rather, 1.19%. Ape is up 3.74%. And AMC is down, or up rather, 2.17%. AMC is at $5.64, so we're about 24 cents higher than I would have expected on AMC, and Ape is a little bit low. 190 was the guess I had. I'm about 9 cents low on that one. Combined price, the inflow versus outflow, there's approximately $300,000 more inflow than outflow for the day-to-day on AMC. 30.42 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day, with more time left to go here. We are definitely over my prediction of 10 to 30 million shares traded. We have 40 minutes left to go, which means we've traded for 340 minutes of trading. I think, yeah, right, yeah. I think. 330. 350? 350. Whoops. Hold on a second here. We're on pace for 33.93 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. Looks like I'm going to be a little off. I really thought for sure we'd be lower in volume, but we ended up doing a little bit better than I thought, or at least expected. Taking a look at the 1 hour or 4 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover of the vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is up 57.6, which is slightly above average. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.93, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.52, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.75 and increasing after having bottomed out and signaling oversold. On Ape, there is approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow for the day today. 23.14 million shares traded so far for the day today with that 40 minutes left of trading to go. Putting us on a pace for 25.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today. There's a very good chance we actually break this. I'm really kind of surprised to say this, but before market close, I think we might see a break of, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares traded by the end of the day. There's been some extraordinary elevated amounts of volume at the end of the day today. It'll be interesting to see where this kind of leads into tomorrow, but definitely large amounts of volume seen even on the order book as well. On a 4 hour time interval in here, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.95, which is above average. On a 1 hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.46, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's a divergence of the vortex indicator, suggesting more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.39, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more divergence again within the last 15 minutes or so, with RSI more buying pressure than selling pressure, and RSI at 51.3, which is average. So it looks like we may have had a quick bottom kind of drop out there, and now it seems to be a little bit of a reversal showing up in here. This is what I was talking about while I was on break on AMC, where it broke through this level of support, fell down to what used to be a level of resistance, and broke through that as well before finding some additional volume support down here at around $5.63. Not one of the bigger portions of volume support that we've had for the day today, but there is a small support level there at about 562. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Barry Electronics says, I don't drink, so I'll clink your glass with my pipe. All right. You know, Rich, I feel the same way. When I say guys, it's just that I know that there's women out there that don't like I legitimately will call people dudes. I think it's a California thing, but everybody's a dude. Like, dude, where's my car? Like, I could call anybody a dude. Doesn't matter if you're girl, guy, doesn't matter. And I have gotten some, in my time, I've gotten a lot of people who've been like, giving me funny looks and be like, I am not a dude. I'd be like, dude, you don't understand. I call everybody dude. Like, sorry, it's just dude. It's how I grew up, and that's just what I call people. But I try to be, I try to not offend people, so that's why I throw out the and gals, because I don't want them to be upset. All right, it's 2:25. We got about 5 more minutes before we do movie trivia. I was asked by you guys to do a little bit of a different format for the week, and I think the idea is that if you at least know what the movie trivia is going to be about or what movies to expect, that may help a little bit with the uh, fact that there's some people out there that may have like an advantage due to the fact that they're closer. I don't know. I don't know what we can possibly do to really take care of that advantage, but I don't know if this is going to help, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it does. Um, the movie choices for this week that you guys picked was John Wick, Beetlejuice, Titanic, and Wizard of Oz. For the first point of the day, guess the movie that I'm going to pick for the day. You got like a 1 in 4 chance, and if you're a quick typer here, you might be able to get 2 in before somebody gets it. Jaws. Titanic for Brandon S. is correct, and he didn't spell it right, but I know what he meant. Brandon S. I'm going with Titanic for the day today. Beetlegeist. Nope. I chose Titanic to. Yeah, I kind of wanted to get the one that I did cared the least amount for out of the way first. out of out of the 4 choices right there, I was like, I don't know. I kind of would rather start with Titanic. I don't know. Growing up, guys, I did not. So I got to tell you guys a little quick story here. I got like 3 minutes anyways, so I might as well type in here that you guys need to get ready for the points. Here we go. So I was not a big fan of Leonardo DiCaprio. The first movie that I ever saw with him was that Romeo and Juliet, that more like modern day version of Romeo and Juliet. And then shortly thereafter, and I'm sure he had other movies that were in between, but I just remember it being in this order. I remember him doing that one. I think there might have been some other movie that happened between that one and then the next one was Titanic. And I could not stand Leonardo DiCaprio. I was just like I couldn't understand it. I thought he was annoying as hell. Didn't like anything he'd done on. And what pissed me off even more than anything was is that I was like, it's a stupid movie about a ship that sinks. Who cares? Yeah. Jeff Hamill says. No, not Jeff Hamill. Play says the ship sank in the end of story. Right. That's exactly what I thought too. I was thinking the whole time I was thinking like it's a ship, it sinks, big deal. It's just yeah, who cares? So and to be very honest, Plague, I don't think my opinions changed any. I still to this day don't think it's a very good movie. I have no idea of why it made as much money as it did. I feel like there's plenty of other better movies than that one, but whatever. So since you guys requested it, we'll do it. I mean, I do have to say that they did make a pretty creative story around it. Um, that was cool, but I just wasn't a fan of Leonardo DiCaprio. That's really what it was all about for me. I just didn't care for the guy. I thought he was kind of the crazy part is I absolutely love Leonardo DiCaprio now. I think he's a great actor. I think the quality of acting that he does now compared to what he did back in those days is tenfold better than what he used to do. The guy's come so far in his career and has done some of the most amazing stories. Like I personally think like Catch Me If You Can is a better story than Titanic, honestly. And so I think it's a great movie, and I don't know. Um, I don't know, whatever. AP says I'll never let go, Casey. I'll never let go. Well, it's 2:30, so you better let go. Cause here we come, Shutter Island. Yeah, that was a pretty decent. That was okay movie. That was all right. He's had better, but anyways, let's not. We don't need to get into it right now, cause it is movie trivia time. So here we go for the first question of the day. They're gonna start off easy and get a little bit harder. I I took these from a website, but some of them they're out of order and they're not really. I picked the ones that I thought were the best, and here we go. In what year was the Titanic movie released? It was 3 years. 3 years after I graduated high school. 1997 is correct by censored content. Congratulations on your point. The ladies are probably thinking, I'm going to score points this time. and censored content's like, sure. And so how did Jack win his ticket for the Titanic? What was he playing? What specifically was he playing to win his ticket onto the Titanic? Titanic. I almost stuttered saying that. Poker is correct by John Hannaford. Congratulations on your point. Next question. Where was the Titanic heading? What city? What city was it heading to? NY, I will accept Jabibs. Jabibs for the answer with an NY. You meant NYC, but I will give it to you. Jabibs. What is it, Jabibs? I always forget the one on the end. All right, next question. How old was Rose at the start of the voyage? How old was Rose at the start of the voyage? 17 by Jeff Hamill is correct. Kind of changes your whole perspective on the movie, doesn't it now? Yeah, I bet it does. Some of y'all are going like, what? I had no idea. I know, right? I know you're thinking it. Don't deny it. Jeff Hamill. All right, got you down, Jeff. Ooh, Sam, dude. Like, I mean, legit, Sam. I ain't gonna lie here. I'm kind of with you on that one. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't thinking the same thing. I just didn't want to say it. You said it, not me. but I'd be lying if I wasn't gonna say I wasn't thinking it. So bad, Sam. So bad. How dare you? What major star was initially a favorite for the lead male role? What major star was initially a favorite for the lead male role? I did not know this. I was really surprised to learn this, and I think it would have completely changed the whole movie. I probably would have. I don't know. I might have actually. I don't know. I probably would have wanted to see it even less. Ooh, Tom Cruise wanted the part, but they couldn't afford him. But that's very close, Silas. But that's not who was actually initially the favorite. I feel like I might have to give a hint here. I might have to give a hint. Should I give a hint? I think I might need to give a hint. Somebody tell Ro to hit live. All right, here we go. He lives and teaches here at the U of O campus in the drama department in Austin. I said U of O. I'm sorry. I said U of O. I used to live in Eugene, Oregon. It's UT, the UT campus. My bad. Jeff Hamill with a correct answer. Matthew McConaughey. Matthew McConaughey was considered. He was it says he was initially their favorite role. Who said that first? Let's see. It was Jeff Hamill. Okay. That is correct. Can you believe that? Can you imagine? Can you imagine Titanic if it had been him? That seems even dirtier, right? Like it probably would have been really. Would have been really icky. Which actress played Molly Brown? All right, I'm gonna give it to Jabibs here, but let me think. Let me look at this answer real quick here. I mean, it looks like I think I'm giving it to Jabibs. Kathy Bates is correct. But let me scroll back up here because somebody put in an answer that was kind of like almost like they were trying to put it in and they misspelled it. Who put that in here? Let me see. Hold on a second. Jabibs put in Kate Nate, so it was the same person, so it doesn't matter. But it was Kathy Bates, and he put in Kate's Nate, so it doesn't matter because it was the same person. You got the point anyways, Jabibs. I was gonna almost give it to that person, but it was you, so it doesn't matter. Alrighty, next question. Which leading star looks back with embarrassment on their performance and wishes they could redo the whole thing? I'd have said, never mind. I'll keep my opinion out of it. Kate Winslet for Micah Allen is correct. She was like, I feel like out of all the people there, out of all the actors that could have redone their part better, she was probably like the least of them that was the worst. You guys are going like, that's just because she was naked, Casey. It's such a sexist thing to say. No. Seriously, I think she did a pretty decent job in the movie. I thought her acting was fine. Um, what does Rose use to free Jack from his handcuffs? My axe. My axe. Wow, is it your ex, Jeff? Hamill? Dang, man, that is the correct answer. It was indeed an axe. Two more questions. Here we go. How many Oscars did the movie win? Roseanne, you can't be putting answers like that in there when I'm drinking alcohol. What the hell? Vaseline. John Anderford for 11 is the correct answer. I'm literally almost spit my alcohol right all over my computer screen right there. Thanks a lot for that. Vaseline. What the hell? You can't be saying those kind of answers in the middle when I'm taking it. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm taking another drink. Don't you dare put in another funky answer in there. It's gonna make me laugh. All right. Here we go. Last question. Perverted at best says New York City. too too late. Too late. Perverted at best. I was already drinking. I already done drinking. All right. Next one. Last question. I don't even remember if this was in the movie or not, or if this is just a fact from the or something that they said around there. But this is gonna be a hard. This is gonna be a hard one, guys. It's gonna be a hard one. I'll give you a hint. It's less than 10. It's a number. How many ice warnings did the ship's crew receive? Six by AP is correct. AP with the first one to say. You guys like just started spamming all at the same time. It just came like flowing through like it was like a floodgates just released. AP got the right answer with 6. He was the first one to show up. AP, that might be like your first. I think that might be the first time you've ever gotten a question right. So congratulations to all my recipients for the week this week here. Let me erase these movie questions and put in these names. Brandon S., congratulations on your first point of the week. By guessing which movie was going to be the first one. Censored content. Decided to kind of bow out for a little bit because I don't know, for whatever reasons. He only got 1 point. John Hannaford. Congratulations on your 2 points. Jabibs, congratulations on your 2 points. John Hamill, your man card's been removed. You got 3 points for the week, or for the day. And Micah Allen, congratulations on your point. And AP, congratulations on your points. So the winner for today, he who knows and has the best internet connection linked to me is John Hamill for 3 points. We have a two-way tie for second with Jabibs and John Hannaford, and everybody else who got anything right today at all got 1 point. So they're all tied for third. So good job, guys. According to NASA, it was 7, not 6. Yakafrida, you have 0. You get nothing for trying to make me go crazy. You get nothing for trying to make me go crazy. Crazy for Cocoa Puffs. All right, guys. Good job. Good job. You guys did really well today. The combined price prediction that I had for the day today was $7.30. Right now we're at $7.44, so we're about 14 or 10, no 14. I can't count. 14 cents higher than what I was originally thinking. Not too bad though. Maggie says all male winners. Nope, that's not true. That's not true. You can't make that assumption. I mean, John Hamill just got his man card removed, so yeah. So you don't know for a fact. I mean, maybe somebody's not who they censored content could be a female. You don't know. I mean, it does seem like a masculine name, but you never know. You never know in this day and age on the internet. Some people may portray themselves as being male, but is actually a female. Oh, sorry, Jeff. Sorry, Jeff. Hold on, let me make sure I wrote it down on. Yep, sorry. I did spell it. I even put it in my notes as John Hamill, too. Sorry, Jeff. I apologize. I just fixed it for you. It's the alcohol. I can already feel my face numb. Yeah, so Maggie, I'm with you though. I mean, I'm teasing, but I'm with you. Like, what the hell? Why do all these guys know these answers to these questions? Like, there was legitimately probably, I don't know. There's quite a few questions there I don't think I ever would have guessed the answer to. Perverted at best says, like modern women, Rose had it all and chose the broke criminal. Jeff says we have, well, actually, Jeff wasn't the first person to say it, but said that we have girlfriends and wives. I, I hope you don't have both at the same time. that could make for a sticky situation. I'll be here all day today, guys. Oh, nope, changing my mind. I'm only going to be here for 16 more minutes. Rich says, perverted at best, also probably a male screen name. Dang, perverted at best. You just got called out. Dude, censored content. I never even thought of that. You just blew my mind. I hadn't even thought of that before, but that may actually end up being a thing because I know one of the first things that I started thinking about was is there going to become a market for people who donate blood who are unvaccinated? I wonder if that's going to end up becoming a thing. But now that you just put what it is that you put in there, Dang, man, you got me thinking. There's gonna be a lot of little Caseys running around down this. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that. Rich says I identify as 10 AMC shares personally. Well, maybe tomorrow, Jeff, I'll pick. So we can already go ahead and knock off Titanic off the list. So there's only three choices to choose from for tomorrow. It's either going to be John Wick, Beetlejuice, or Wizard of Oz. Maybe I can help you redeem that man card by picking the more manly of the three of those. I say manly. One of the more three less of a chick flick movies out of those three. Nana says my unvaccinated eggs are too old to sell. You know, my son, Bradley, joined the military. He didn't want to get vaccinated, and not by my influence or anything like that, or actually, to be honest with you, most of the people in the family are all vaccinated. So I say most, and that's actually really true, even though there is quite a few that are not vaccinated. But uh, the reason that he didn't want to get vaccinated was it was purely his choice. He just didn't want to, and he resisted until the military forced him by orders to get vaccinated. I mean, it pissed me off to no end that ended up being the case. I really felt like he should have had the right of choice to choose, and the fact that he didn't kind of made me a little bit angry at our military. I think they made a really piss poor choice on that, but it is what it is. It's orders. It's orders. You got to follow them. Don't worry, Sam. I'm not gonna do anything like that. I'm not gonna do that. Ooh, yucca. I'm kind of feeling a little Rage Against the Machine. I might have to look for a good song for tomorrow, even if it's one that I've played before. I just feel like Rage Against the Machine is like just kind of almost mandatory thing for tomorrow. Thank you for the recommendation, man. I don't know why, but I'm just kind of feeling it. I feel it. I feel what it is you're feeling, man. I'm feeling you. Yeah, it's messed up. Yeah, but you want to know what one of the interesting things is, Jeff? They didn't require anybody who was actively serving in the field to be vaccinated, which means that the U.S. government, like the only people that they forced to vaccinate were the anybody who wasn't on the front lines, which means that they didn't have complete faith in the vaccination. So there were only certain people, only certain individuals who were required to vaccinate, while there were other individuals in the military who were not required to. So go figure on that one. Apparently, they didn't care about the long-term effects. What they cared more about was the short term, and they were trying to avoid any problems with short-term effects. But of course, I think that probably did change over time. But in the beginning, though, when it was going through it, they didn't require just everybody. It was just only certain individuals, which I thought was pretty messed up. I think I already played that a long time ago, UPS delivery guy. Hold on a second. Hold on. I think I already played it. Hold on, let me check. I mean, I'm not saying that, because I just sat here and said that I'm basically gonna replay. Like, I may even replay a song I've already played from Rage Against the Machine, um, but that's kind of. Oh, I didn't play it before. All right, I thought maybe I might have played it before, but apparently I have not. Look, we got like 8 more minutes here. I'll put it up for a vote. And if you got like 7 minutes left to vote for this. Should I play Mbop one day? I actually considered it one time and I thought it would be kind of funny. I forgot to put a control in there. Dang it. Jeff, everybody's allowed to request a song, man. Doesn't mean I'm going to play it, so you can't be pissed off if it doesn't get played. But yeah, definitely. Sammy Boy says Mbop is a great song. Welcome to the U.S., Sammy Boy. Good to have you here. Where did you come from? What country? Oh, Nana got you, Petrofire. What did she get you for? Oh, I think she may have Petrofire. I'm looking at your message, and I think she got you for. I think she got you because she's got her phone in her pocket or something. Hold on a second. I'm gonna take her away. I'm gonna take her away her status here, because this means she's accidentally deleting stuff here. Petro, I was doing a poll. That's what they all say, Nana. That's what they all say. I do better. I do, but if you want to make recommendations, I always take them. I will copy and paste that request in PowerPoint into my Discord, and that way it's on file. Again, guys, don't be upset if your music suggestion choice doesn't show up. And the reason I say that is because I get a lot of requests, and a lot of times I just kind of base it off of how I'm feeling and what I think is maybe kind of coming perhaps in the market and how that may make us feel, for the market day. So try not to be offended if your song choice doesn't get played. Jeff Hamill, I'm copying and pasting yours in the Discord as well. I don't know if he's in DC or not yet, Manjit, but I thought he was going later in the week. I think they're doing the 27th, 28th. Yucca Frida says, if you don't get your song played, that means your super chat was not big enough. Hello, mother. Hello, father. I don't see there being a day where I would ever want to choose that song. I'm just saying. Holy crap. 54% of you want yes on Mbop? Wow. I feel like you guys are trolling. I legit think you guys are trolling here. Like, there's got to be some serious trolling going on here. I'm really surprised by that. Censored Content says, I'm tired of waiting by the trues last year, and I'm still tired of waiting. I'll copy it down. Like I said, no promises. Six Sun says, Casey, what do you think about the numbers for AMC? My price prediction combined price for the day today was $7.30. We're at $7.48 combined between the two. I think it's really close. I mean, I'm only 18 cents off from where I thought price was going to be combined. I was a little off on the direction. I thought it was going to be more 540 for AMC and 190 for Ape. But it doesn't really matter because 730 was the total price that I was guessing for combined, and it looks like it was a little less on Ape and a little more on AMC. But yeah, I think it met my expectations of where I felt like the day was going to end up. I can't believe, I mean, I still can't believe it's this close. It's still 52% of you want it to be played. I mean, 81 people voting for Mbop as the song of the day just really, like, I'm starting to question, like, you guys's, like, I feel like I could play anything anymore now. I mean, I really feel like I could play any kind of content of music right now and probably be able to get away just about anything and you guys would be okay with it. I mean, there's no, I know. Oh. All right, I'm ending the poll. I'm ending it right now. I'm putting this up here. I'm putting it up in my notes, and it's gonna go down in history as you guys wanting to play Mbop. I feel like you just want to you just want to kill people to death here. All right. Oh, Nana wants her tool back. Hold on a second here. Alrighty, guys, it is that time of the day, and you know what that means. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like to get out too. And go see a movie because after all, that's what we're here to do. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and advance.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All